expressing 100% identical that irisin protein is expressing. So irisin is potentially regulate the biological system, and it is influenced by multiple factors, this expression level. So it is temperature, drugs, nutraceutical, phytochemicals also influence that irisin molecule release process. And experimentally, it is considered as a diagnostic tool for certain disorders. And complete usefulness, effectiveness, and safety of this irisin and irisin receptor modulating agents, it is still not studied well. So it is still remaining challenges is there. So it is irisin play a key role in the regulations of vascular function as said earlier, and it is beneficially, it is useful for various disorder. However, it is continuous inconsistent action. It is also reported, so that should be overcome. And it may be this variation due to maybe changes of cellular and molecular mechanism and other pathological conditions. And irisin possesses a strong connection between the muscles and brain axis. So neurovascular tissues and neurological disease condition also it is effective. And one more thing, it is irisin readily cross the blood-brain barrier. So it is act on the brain system as well. And this irisin controls the gene expressions and signaling pathway of various cells, that is neuron, glial cells, and neuronal microvascular tissues. And this is overall role of irisin neurovascular system playing role. This is published in the Liu Li et al. Last year, 2023, they are published. And now this is my research work is focusing on this irisin molecule connecting with diabetes complication, that is diabetic retinopathy. So diabetes mellitus, everyone knows that is metabolic disorder. It is causing the lifelong complications. And type 1 diabetes condition, it is destruction of pancreatic beta cells completely. Type 2 diabetes condition, it is a very common type in the developing nation, and mainly that men affecting is more with the type 2 diabetes. And global prevalence of diabetes increased with age. It is with high incidence, that is 24%. And aged factor also, it is contributing vital role in the diabetic progression. And however, various risk factor also contribute in this diabetic complication. So overall, like diabetic complication, main focusing, that is vascular bed, it is for vascular getting the complication. So leads to causing the neuropathy, nephropathy, and retinopathy. So chronic diabetic mellitus condition, it is making a major impact on the neurovascular system. It is mainly due to the endothelial dysfunction, inflammation, and oxidative stress. So diabetic retinopathy condition, it is two phases is mainly identified, that is the non-proliferative phase and proliferative phase of the diabetic retinopathy. And National Eye Institute, it is categorized in the 4 stages, that is mild, moderate, severe, and proliferative. Based on this condition, various medication is recommended for the patient. So non-proliferative condition, mainly we can observe in the microaneurysm in emerging emerge, and damage of capillaries in the retinal tissue. And proliferative condition, new vessel formation, it is happen, and it is also respond to the oxygen demand condition. And it is nothing but angiogenesis process is accelerating. So new blood vessels growth we can observe in the retina. So damage of blood vessels, and further it is leads to bleeding and visual loss and detachment of the retinas. It is making the worsened of that visual function. And the global prevalence of diabetic retinopathy, 103 million people in 2020 we observed, but it is expected in the 130 million in 2030 and 161 million in 2045. So what is the common treatment available for diabetic retinopathy? First line medication, it is nowadays is recommended for anti-VEGF drugs, vascular endothelial growth factor drugs. It is mainly that monoclonal antibody based product, but it is more expensive. Another one is corticosteroid. It is slow down and reverse the diabetic retinopathy, but it is a post-drug complication like intense pain and all. It is reported. And later, serious complication time, laser treatment also reduce the swelling of retina. It can cause the complication is laser burn, inadvertent photocoagulation, crystalline lens. These are the other complications. And some of the vitamins also reported for improvement of visual function. That is vitamin C, D, E, B1, folate, B12, lipoic acid, lutein, N-acetylcysteine and betaine. So newer treatment, currently it is under progress, that is human antibody therapy. Antibody-based certain medication is producing, and still it is under clinical trial. And however, the treatment of diabetic retinopathy, it is remains challenging in the healthcare system due to their safety and efficacy in various diabetic retinopathy condition and population. Next, natural irisin modulator for diabetic retinopathy. What is the current perspective? Natural modulator irisin, that is caffeine. It is a well-known molecule for enhancing the production of irisin in muscles, and it is facilitate the browning of white adipose tissue to peach adipose tissue. So it is important for the that irisin production. And brown to peach adipose tissue possesses the potential role in the type 2 diabetes mellitus treatment. So this is also one researcher it is found, and it is having it is contributing in the diabetic retinopathy management. Sorry, diabetes mellitus management. Next, phytochemical and nutraceutical like all trans retinoic acid, genistein, cardamom, and plant extract, that is Sataria multifolia, urusolic acid, flaxseed oil, ketogenic diet, and Mediterranean diet. This is also significantly increase the circulating irisin content. So our last 2 year FRGS project, we are focusing on the beta carotene molecule, and the beta carotene is one of the vitamin A precursor, and it is make the retinoic acid formation in retinal tissue. And further, this retinoic acid, well-known molecule for induce the expression of irisin in skeletal muscle cells. This irisin enhances the exercise-associated activations of PPAR gamma coactivator 1 alpha. So this is the major targeted action of this irisin molecule. Next one is this is regulator. This irisin molecule regulates the muscular energy metabolism. So it is can be useful for metabolic disorder like obesity and diabetic condition. So this is the retinoic acid formation. It is mainly happen in the retinal tissue with dietary supplement of beta carotene, and it is mitigate the diabetic retinopathy. And our previous findings, it is evidence that beta carotene may mitigate the diabetic retinopathy and visual complication via regulation of blood retinal barrier function. Next, our current findings also proven to reduce the diabetic retinopathy progression via enhanced the plasma renin level. It is not published yet. Hence, this irisin and their receptor ample scope to explore the management of diabetic retinopathy can be used. Next, more extensive studies still needed to prove the clinical benefit of this target. So it will make the novel innovative transformation for healthcare system. So what is the future perspectives and transformations of natural irisin modulator? Based on the past and present evidence, and these irisin molecules can be used for management of diabetic retinopathy. And however, it is further identification for suitable route of administration, dose, safety, usefulness of irisin, and should be investigated with multiple risk factor conditions. And meanwhile, it is identifications of more natural molecule and development of irisin targeted products should be promoted, and further greater attention needs for more explore the irisin signaling pathway. And it will be benefit to the transformation of irisin modulator for the management of multiple neurovascular disorder, including diabetic retinopathy. These are the major references used for this preparation. And thank you, everyone. Now over to you, sir. I am happy to address any questions from audience. I am happy. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Muthuraman, for your bright showing seminar for today's session. At the very outset, I would like to thank my friend Dr. Joshi and all the officials of APSE for giving me chance to act as a chairperson for this today wonderful session. And as you all know, our mind is not a vessel to be filled, fire to be ignited. So Dr. Muthuraman, he has fired on us, and thank you through his presentation. He has done a great job. Thank you, Muthuraman.
Thank you, sir.
Further ado, let me kickstart the Q&A session. My dear students and delegates, dear professors, you just try to throw one or two questions. I think Muthuraman will be very happy to receive a question. Yes, Muthuraman?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please go ahead. Your time starts now. One or two questions. Volunteers, please help them out.
The session is now open for questions and queries. If any of you have any questions, you can ask so, and so will be able to answer it to you.
As you rightly said, the session is open to all. Yeah. Please introduce yourself. I'm Dr. Shashidhar and I'm from Nagarjuna Pharmacy, Department of Pharmaceutical Chemistry. Dr. Muthukumaran sir, very soon has come across from the country of Japan, where the entire reconstruction of the retina is happening. What is your perspective in case of diabetic?
Sorry, can you repeat your question? Sorry, I could not hear clearly.
The recent advances in the country of Japan, where
Yes.
they are reconstructing the entire retina using the polymers. What is your perspective for that in case of diabetic retinopathy?
Okay. Actually, that retinal replacement therapy, it is maybe a very later stage, but our yearly diagnosis, it is nowadays very common, and retina if damaged, immediately we can see the symptoms or visual impairment or blur vision like that. So in that case, and immediate management, we are approaching our medication approaching, so that we can delay or can avoid the very serious complication of diabetic retinopathy. So that sometimes very not taken care, it will go very complicated stage. So that time that retinal replacement or retinal tissue based certain that kind of research outcome may be useful. So that is a separate track. I feel like that. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Sir, I really appreciate the campus which you have done. But can you elaborate further on the angiogenesis activity in case of campus? The slide which you showed us.
Sorry, actually in between some other voice I hear, so I could not hear. Can you repeat?
The camp say. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
The camp say which you described the angiogenesis activity.
Okay.
Can you further elaborate that particular slide, sir?
Oh, okay. You are talking about this slide, this picture?
The previous one.
This one?
So the camera say images which you had, sir. Yeah.
Okay. Actually, it is a different stages of that retinal damage. It is showing in this picture. And it is initially that is if retinal pictures we are taking, it is less complication, and subsequently each picture showing the very serious complication. And one of the pictures I can explain, that is figure 5E. You can see that is very angiogenesis factor. It is generated and extra blood vessel it is growth is happened. Similarly, 5D, it is very inflammatory condition only, but it is beginning stage of the angiogenesis. And figure 5F, you can see that is having the certain fibrovascular tissue proliferation. So it will make, it is indicating the multiple stages of the diabetic retinopathy complication and progressiveness. Yes, this is my explanation, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any question?
Yes, please. I'm Irisin, working as a professor in the Department of Pharmacology and Pharmacy.
Okay.
I'm glad to congratulate Muthurajan sir for a wonderful session delivery.
Okay, thank you.
Going through your biodata, just I came to know that you've been patented on a biologics.
Yes. Okay. Sorry, some distraction. I'm getting clear voice. I'm not getting. Okay. No, proceed, sir.
That I came to know your one of your patents that is why
Yes.
we perform automation activity.
Yes.
So it's I hope it's UK patent, isn't it?
And you are talking about patent, right?
And why this for automation activity you didn't patent?
Actually, that is I'm connecting with a certain software-based integrated module. So that integrated module based, it is evaluating. So live real analysis, it is more better. So that kind of pattern, it is not made anywhere. So I made that pattern concept and that design pattern.
Actually, some of the behavioral models for Alzheimer's disease. Just I wanted to know which patent would be better, what is the scope and difference between Indian patent and UK patent?
Okay. So it is if we are in the one, suppose I am Indian citizen, then I am looking for certain other country pattern. It is more weightage. This is general own perspective. But if we are patent in the different countries, different criteria they are following. If normally it is US, Australia, Canada, like that is different developed countries patent, it is more weightage. But certain other, suppose Indian patent also having the more nowadays it is more equal weightage. But it is pattern which country is best or which kind of pattern it is not. That is second thing. That pattern how much valuable or how much useful or how we are able to provide for public service or healthcare sector or research people. That is the important. I believe that that aspect.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm working in Chief Pharmacy Officer in Mysuru Medical College. Can we narrate retinopathy Irisin to the acceptor? Can we cannot?
Sorry?
Can we donate retinopathy donors to the wife for the loss of Irisin?
Okay. Sorry, this question I could not understand clearly.
Sir, actually, he wanted to.
Hello.
Sir, actually, he wanted to ask you.
Yes.
What is the scope of donating the iris or eyes? You want to ask.
Okay. It is retinopathy. It is nowadays very commonly is there because due to a lot of people it is suffering by diabetes mellitus. So ultimately that is a later complication. It is developing diabetic retinopathy. Some cases other than diabetic condition also that retinal damage or retinal retinopathy is developing due to other factors. So definitely that is this disorder. It is very important to cure in the clinical healthcare system. So it is having the ample scope. So new medicine and already existing some medicine, it is not a successful treatment. Of course, they are using, but some side effect or some other complication they are observing. Therefore, it is therefore should be developed in new molecules or new medicine. Maybe that will be better or better than traditional practice or traditional medicine. So this is having ample scope in this area. Hello, sir. I hope I addressed this question.
Any more question from student side? Please show at least a question to him. My dear students.
If they have an additional question or they can mail to me. My mail ID muthuraman8@gmail.com. So I can address that question also. No issue.
Yes, I'll ask them to make a note of your mail ID.
muthuraman8@gmail.com.
No need to hesitate. Still, this particular session is open to all. Any question, my dear student delegates?
ಸ್ವಿಚ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವರು ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಪ್ರಿಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಅವಾಗಲೇ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ರೆಡಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಒಂದು
Thank you for a wonderful session, sir. And I thank the participants for asking such a meaningful questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We thoroughly enjoyed the session. And thank you for being with us. Have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
God bless. I pray God bless all His happiness to you and your family.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
We thank Dr. Maitri ma'am and Dr. K.G. Arun Kumaran sir for chairing the session. May I request Dr. Jinesh B. Nagavi sir, HOD, Department of Pharmaceutical Chemistry, and Dr. Venkat Rao sir, Dean of Pharmacy, Sarada College of Pharmacy, to present a small token of respect to our chairperson.
ಸಾಕಲ್ವಾ
ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ಇದು ಮೈತ್ರಿ
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್
The inaugural event will begin shortly. I request the gathering to please be seated. I repeat, the inaugural event will begin shortly. I request the gathering to please be seated.
educational
established in year 1992. It is a part of Sarada Vilas Education Institutions, Mysuru, which has got an excellent history dating back to
Hello, hello. I request the gathering to kindly occupy the front seats. I request all the students to kindly occupy the front seats.
Sarada Vilas Educational Institutions dates back to 1861 when it had a glorious beginning with its founder, the illustrious Rao Bahadur Bakshi Narasappa. The Pharmacy College was started in the year 1992-93 and the Pharma D course was inaugurated by our former President Dr. APJ Kalam Sir in 2013 with the vision of becoming internationally recognized premier center of excellence in academics and research in pharmaceutical sciences.
Sarada Vilas College of Pharmacy was established in year 1992. It is a part of Sarada Vilas Educational Institutions, Mysuru, which has got an excellent history dating back to 1861. The then Maharaja of Mysuru, Mummadi Krishnaja Vadayar, established these institutions. Sarada Vilas College of Pharmacy offers various pharmacy courses like Diploma in Pharmacy, which is a 2 years course, and Bachelor of Pharmacy, and Masters in Pharmacy in 2 subjects, that is Pharmaceutics and Pharmacognosy. We also offer a novel course, that is Doctor of Pharmacy, which is nothing but PharmD, and as well as PhD in Pharmaceutical Sciences. Our college is associated with Pharmacy Council of India and as well as Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences, Karnataka. The college not only gives a quality education, but also helps the students to have some kind of placement. Some good companies will be visiting throughout the year. To name a few, we have been getting the people from Medline and as well as Bioclinica, Aris Global, Indigene, and also
A very good morning to one and all gathered here. It is with immense joy and pride that we welcome you all to the International Conference on Translation of Value Education and Innovations in Health Sciences for Societal Transformations, organized by Sarada Vilas College of Pharmacy together with Association of Pharmaceutical Scientists and Educators, India. Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, delegates, teaching and non-teaching staff, press and students, it brings us immense joy to present to you a plethora of knowledge to seek and imbibe. Sarada Vilas Educational Institutions dates back to 1816 when it had a glorious beginning with its founder, the illustrious Rao Bahadur Bakshi Narasappa Sir. Starting in Mysuru city, a school called Sarada Vilas Patashala to teach Sanskrit. It soon became a full-fledged primary school in 1870 and established itself at Lansdowne Building in 1901, with orientation to Anglo-Sanskrit teaching, and this laid the foundation for thousands of great minds that created history all over the world. Today, Sarada Vilas Educational Institutions imparts education in almost all fields, and it has a leading role to play in the cause of education and solicits the cooperation of one and all in the nation-building process through education. As Plutarch once said, the mind is not a vessel to be filled, but a fire to be kindled. The role of education is not solely for acquiring degrees, but to ignite curiosity, creativity, and innovation in young minds. And today, we are thankful to Sarada Vilas College of Pharmacy for bringing us all together to connect and share our knowledge and for paving us a path to walk together towards the future of pharmacy. With this vision, we once again welcome you all to International Conference on Translation Value, Education and Innovations in Health Sciences for Societal Transformations. Let's start this auspicious day by invoking Divine Presence and by seeking the blessings of Devi Sarada. I call upon Aishwarya and Nisarga for a Saraswati Vandana.
बाताये बा शारदे बाताये बा शारदे शारदे बाताये बा शारदे शृंगेरी माते सदा पूजिते बंगार शारदे चिरशांति दाते सदा पूजिते बाताये बा शारदे ತುಂಗೆಯ ಗಂಗೆಯೋಳ್ ತನುವನು ಮೀಸಿ ಶ್ರೀಗಂಧ ಲೇಪಿಸಿ ಪರಿಮಳ ಪೂಸಿ ತುಂಗೆಯ ಗಂಗೆಯೋಳ್ ತನುವನು ಮೀಸಿ ಶ್ರೀಗಂಧ ಲೇಪಿಸಿ ಪರಿಮಳ ಪೂಸಿ ಪಟ್ಟು ಪೀತಾಂಬರ ಹೂಮಾಲೆ ಧರಿಸಿ ಪಟ್ಟು ಪೀತಾಂಬರ ಹೂಮಾಲೆ ಧರಿಸಿ ಬಾರಮ್ಮ ಹರಸಿ ನಸುನಗೆ ಸೂಸಿ ಬಾರಮ್ಮ ಹರಸಿ ನಸುನಗೆ ಸೂಸಿ ಬಾತಾಯೆ ಬಾ ಶಾರದೆ ಶಾರದೆ ಬಾತಾಯೆ ಬಾ ಶಾರದೆ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
Thank you for a melodious invocations, Nisarga and Aishwarya. Now I request Dr. H. Joshi Sir, Convener, SVCP APSECON25 and Principal, Sarada Vilas College of Pharmacy, Mysuru, to kindly welcome the gathering.
Okay. Very good morning to everyone. Respected dignitaries on the stage, off the stage. First of all, a hearty welcome to the International Conference on Translation of Value-Based Education and Innovations in Health Sciences for Societal Transformation, organized by Sarada Vilas College of Pharmacy in association with Association of Pharmaceutical Scientists and Educators. It's a really honor to welcome you all for this wonderful program. Let me take this opportunity to welcome the chief guest of today's function, Dr. Subarna Roy, Director and Scientist G, ICMR, National Institute of Traditional Medicines, Belgavi. A hearty welcome to you, sir. It's very difficult to catch Subarna Roy, sir. He has been roaming around the country for various programs. And thanks to you for your time and gracing the occasion, sir. Now, for information to the guests assembled here, the delegates from across the country and as well as the other countries also, Sarada Vilas College of Pharmacy was established in 1992 under the aegis of Sarada Vilas Educational Institutions, Mysuru. It has got a wonderful history. It was established in 1861 by the then King of Mysuru, Mummadi Krishnaraja Vadiyar. After that, Venkata Krishnaya, known as Tataya, he was a very important person to continue the legacy. And we are sitting in a campus which is 164 years old. So a hearty welcome to you. And let me welcome the other eminent guest, Professor M.R. Gangadhar sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Chamarajanagar University, Chamarajanagar. Hearty welcome to you, sir. I take this opportunity to welcome a wonderful professor, a great intellectual, the President of Association of Pharmaceutical Scientists and Educators, former Dean, Faculty of Medical Sciences, GJUST, Hisar, Haryana, Dr. Milind Parle sir, to the program. A hearty welcome to you, sir. Dr. Milind Parle had been very instrumental in grooming up many students who have been doing very well in various facets of the field of pharmaceutical sciences. Welcome, sir. For every program, you need a lot of support and guidance. We have with us a wonderful leader, Sri R. Dinesh, Honorary Secretary, Sarada Vilas Education Institutions, Mysuru, in the program. A hearty welcome to you, sir. We have with us the senior governing council member, always a person with a lot of spirit, and he never leaves us without giving good advices and encouragement. Shri S.L. Ramachandra, senior governing council member, Sarada Vilas Education Institutions, Mysuru. A hearty welcome to you, sir. I also welcome Dr. Arunachalam Muthuraman. I also welcome Dr. Arunachalam Muthuraman, who has been joining online from Department of Pharmacology, Faculty of Pharmacy, AIMST University, Malaysia. I also welcome Dr. Srinivas Patnala from Rhodes University, South Africa. Hearty welcome to you, sir. I also welcome Dr. Pradeep Singh Negi, Chief Scientist, Department of Fruits and Vegetable Technology, CFTRI, Mysuru. I also welcome our very good friend, Brother Dr. Mahibub Mahamdas Kanakal, Associate Professor and Director, Center for Pharmaceutical Product Development, Faculty of Pharmacy, Pest University, Malaysia. A hearty welcome to you. I also welcome Dr. Harsha Hegde, Scientist F, ICMR, National Institute of Traditional Medicines, Belagavi, Karnataka. A hearty welcome to you, sir. And I also welcome Dr. A.K. Gnanchandran, Professor and Principal, Pranav Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Gwalior, Madhya Pradesh. I also welcome our very good friend Shailendra Gaurav. He will be joining us very soon. And we have with us one of a very wonderful human being and a good scientist, Dr. Nirmal Singh, Professor, Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences and Research, Punjab University, Patiala. I also welcome Dr. Banepa Ungar, Scientist E, ICMR NITM. And let me welcome one young scientist and entrepreneur, Mr. Sachin Marihal, co-founder, Sars Pinjara Life Sciences Private Limited. I also welcome Dr. Samir Dhingra from National Institute of Pharmaceutical Education Research, Hajipur. I welcome Dr. Palaniswamy Shivanandi, Senior Lecturer, School of Pharmacy, Kuala Lumpur, and Mr. Anil Kumar Ranadev, Chief Scientific Officer, Sars Pinjara Life Sciences Private Limited. And we can see that Professor Marihal, the advisor to IIIT, Professor Anantnayak Nagappa, a very senior professor in the field of pharmaceutical sciences, and Professor Hullatti, Dr. Maitreyi, Dr. Ravindra, Dr. Shachindra, and if I missed anyone, Dr. Narayan Hegde, hearty welcome to you. Dr. Ashok Kumar, and if I missed someone, please excuse me because we have a capacity of time. So I welcome you all for this 2 days program, and I am very hopeful that people will carry on very good memories, and they will have some kind of encouragement for doing some further research. I welcome all the delegates from across the country, even from abroad also, and hearty welcome to our staff and students, and all governing council members, general body members, and the family of Sarada Vilas College of Pharmacy. A hearty welcome to you.
Thank you, sir. A warm welcome to you too. Asatoma Sadgamaya, Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya, Mrityorma Amritangamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Light expels darkness and brings life. I now request Dr. Subarna Roy, sir, Director and Scientist G, ICMR, National Institute of Traditional Medicines, Belagavi, to inaugurate the day by lighting the lamp, and I request all the dignitaries to join the same.
शत्रुबुद्धि विनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपः तस्य नास्ति दरिद्रता शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं
Thank you, sir. Thank you, dignitaries. Achievements are milestones of efforts, reminding us that success is born from perseverance and vision, and such an act deserves to be celebrated and awarded with recognition that inspires and empowers others to strive for greatness. APSE and Professor Srinivasachar Joshi Memorial Exemplary Scientist Educationist Award for Lifetime Achievements is the highest and the most prestigious national recognition by APSE for outstanding contributions to research and education. The primary and essential criterion for the award is demonstrated and widely accepted excellence in science. This award covers all areas of research in science, including pharmacy, medicine, health sciences. The prize carries a citation and a memento, and the award is announced and presented every year at the Association of Pharmaceutical Scientists Annual Conference. The award is instituted by Dr. H. Joshi Sir of Joshi Memorial of his father, late Professor Srinivasachar Joshi, and Previously, this award was awarded to Professor S.K. Kulkarni Sir, eminent pharmacologist from Punjab University, Chandigarh. And this year, Dr. R.K. Kar Sir is awarded with APSE and Professor Srinivasachar Joshi Memorial Exemplary Scientist Educationist Award for Lifetime Achievements for his renowned work in the field of pharmacy. We congratulate Sir in his absence, and he will be receiving this award in the near future. The next award is APSE Global Pharmacy Educator Award. This is the most prestigious recognition for an academician who has significant contributions in the field of education and has been a role model for his pupils and has served profession and society as a pharmacy teacher. And previously, this award was awarded to late Dr. T.K. Ravi Sir, Principal, Ramakrishna Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Coimbatore. This year, the selection team has selected Dr. Nirmal Singh Sir for the prestigious APSE Global Pharmacy Educator Award 2024. May I now request Dr. Subarna Roy Sir to award Dr. Nirmal Singh Sir with APSE Global Educator Award, and we congratulate Sir upon receiving the award. I once again congratulate Sir on receiving the award. Thank you, Sir. Thank you, dignitaries. It's an honor and pleasure to have Dr. Subarna Roy Sir with us today. I request Sir to kindly occupy the front seat and accept a small token of respect. and I request the dignitaries to do the honors. Thank you, sir. Thank you, dignitaries. It's our immense pleasure to have Professor M.R. Gangadhar, sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Chamarajnagara University, Chamarajnagara, with us today. I request sir to kindly occupy the front seat and accept our small token of respect. I request the dignitaries to do the honors. Thank you, sir. Thank you, dignitaries. Growth is never by a mere chance. It is the result of forces working together. Hereby, I request Professor M.R. Gangadhar, sir, to release the scientific proceedings of International Conference on Translation of Value Education and Innovations in Health Sciences for Societal Transformation, and I request the dignitaries to join the same. Thank you, sir. Medicinal plants are the bridge between nature and healing, a testament to the power of Earth's resources in nurturing life and wellness. Learning about them is essential to preserve their legacy and unlock their potential for future generations. May I now request Dr. Subarna Roy, sir, to release the textbook of pharmacognosy for D-Pharm students as per TCI ER 2020 regulations, authored by Dr. H. Joshi, sir, Principal, SVCP, and Mr. Indudhar, sir, Assistant Professor, National College of Pharmacy, Shimoga, which is a very useful book for diploma in pharmacy students. I request the dignitaries to join the same. Thank you, sir. There are ogres and fashion in jurisprudence as in literature and art. It shows the interrelationship between law and justice. Sarada Vilas College of Pharmacy proudly present to you the second edition of jurisprudence textbook authored by Dr. H. Joshi, sir, and Mrs. Prashobini, ma'am, which is a ready reckoner for pharmacy students with updated syllabus. We congratulate the authors for writing this book, where 600 copies of the first edition have been sold by Amazon and Flipkart. The second edition will be soon available on the same platform. May I request Dr. Milind Pale, sir, to release the textbook of jurisprudence authored by Dr. H. Joshi, sir, and Mrs. Prashobini, DP, ma'am. And I request the dignitaries to join the release. Thank you, sir. Thank you, dignitaries. May I now request our chief guest, Professor M.R. Gangadhar, sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Chamarajnagara University, Chamarajnagara, to address the gathering.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Good morning to one and all. Respected dignitaries on the dais, Dr. Subarna Roy, Director, Scientist G, ICMR, National Institute of Traditional Medicines, Belagavi, our chief guest and senior Governing Council board member, Ramachandra sir, Dr. Milind Parle, President, Association of Pharmaceutical Scientists and Educators, former Dean, Faculty of Medical Sciences, Haryana, Shri R. Dinesh sir, and our friend and well-wisher, Dr. Joshi ji, convener of this conference, of the dais, all the galaxy of scientists, faculty members, scholars, students, and dear participants. At the outset, let me congratulate Joshi ji for organizing this international seminar on translation of value education and innovations in health sciences and societal transformation. It's a very important theme. I should congratulate all Joshi team for organizing a very important seminar. This is a need of the hour. This type of seminars are very important. Friends, as you know, the two sectors, that is education and health, both the sectors are very important for the society. But unfortunately, both the sectors have become commercialized. After 35 years, the government of India took a very good step to revise and introduce NEP 2020, because we should not award only degree, we should give a value-based degree. Earlier, it was a teacher-centric syllabus. Now, it is an learning outcome, it's one student-centric. Now, Government of India, Ministry of Education has taken a wonderful step to integrate Indian knowledge system to all the discipline, because India is known for Guru Shishya Parampara, but these days it is completely diluted, and to inculcate that, so now Ministry of Education recently in the month of November, they called all the universities and they have formed a committee to integrate Indian knowledge system in all the disciplines. These two sectors, health and education, as is very important, and we have faced COVID-19 pandemic. Even though industries, innovations have produced a good number of vaccinations and other medical facilities, but during the distribution is very important. There was many lacunas in the distribution. So for this, both the field, ethics is very important, because ultimately we have to see the last person of the society, and it should reach the people. As you know, 80% of the Indian populations are living in rural areas. Only 20% are in urban or cities. So it has to reach the last person. For that, commitment is very important. So technologically, we have grown, but what is the contribution to the society? That is very most important. For that, we have to train our student with more value-based education and ethics, so that he will serve the society with a positive way. And positive thinking also very important. Positive contribution is important. So today they may be students, but tomorrow they are our leaders who has to lead this country. So in this connection, so organizing this type of seminars are very important, because since morning I am seeing very eminent scientists, scholars are here, and it is a great opportunity for the young faculties and scholars and students to interact with them. Otherwise, even though with their busy schedule they have traveled from a very far distance, and all the participants should make use of it, and we have to, I hope everybody will participate very eagerly and make use of it, this seminar, because this type of seminars will not be organized in all the institutions. Sarada Vilas College is one of the very oldest institution in not only in Mysuru, in Karnataka, and they are known for giving a quality education. So these type of seminars are organized by only those who have the moral responsibilities and those who have ethics, this one. And I should congratulate the management for supporting the Joshi ji for organizing this seminar, because we have to train our youngsters so that they can very positively contribution for this society. So I don't want to take much time. Swan, there are many speakers and also many scholars have been going to deliver their lectures, and with these few words I thank the organizers and all the participants for giving me an opportunity to deliver and express my few words. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir, for your words of encouragement. May I now request Dr. Subarna Roy, sir, to address the gathering.
Very good morning to all of you. Distinguished personalities on the dais, off the dais, Professor Gangadhar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Milind, Dr. Dinesh, Dr. Ramchandra, Dr. Joshi, my good friend, the faculty members, those who have joined online as well, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and students. First of all, let me express my sincere gratitude to the organizers for finding me suitable to come and speak to all of you in today's conference. It is always a privilege and an honor to deliver the keynote address. But honestly, I am actually overwhelmed by the theme of this particular conference, which is the translation of value education and innovation in health sciences for societal transformation. At least there are 4 very heavyweight topics merged into one. So I tried to divide it into 4 parts. First is the value education, that too value education in healthcare. Second part is innovation. The third is the translation of this value education and innovation into the health systems. And fourth is using them for a societal transformation. So you can just imagine the domain and the weight of the subjects that we are dealing with in the theme of this conference. I have the opportunity of delivering the first lecture, but what I will be able to do is perhaps just a drop in the ocean. But to kind of sum up this entire theme, it is necessary to understand these 4 levels and which we are trying to put together in this particular conference. First is the role of value education and in health sciences. It is not just a moral imperative, but it's the foundational pillar for any society. In this, there are three key components. The first is empathy and ethics. In whatever we learn, we should follow the principles of ethics and empathy, a sense of understanding our subjects for whom we are doing the research or for whom we are teaching, and what they are going to use it and for what purpose. The second is collaboration across disciplines. We just can't work in silos. We just can't work within boundaries. We have to erase boundaries, have interdisciplinary understanding and collaborations. And sometimes it is even within various disciplines. We see a lot of engineering and medical people coming together for a common cause. And this makes wonders. Pharmacists are perhaps better placed in the health sciences stream because they understand many things together and can put and bring people together and be the fulcrum for these collaborations. So this is a big advantage that you all have. The third is the community-centric approach. If we are to bring value education, it has to be centered for the people. We have so many people in our own country. Many of them are sometimes underprivileged. We have a country where we have two extremes. We have people with a lot of affluence, we have people who are extremely poor. So we have to bridge that gap. We have to make healthcare and health inclusion for every people of our country. So that has to be kept in mind. Second part is the innovation part of it. Innovation always acts as a catalyst for transformation. You can cite a lot of examples where innovation has actually led to changes in the society. Here also you have to always keep in mind 4 important things. First is integrative approaches to healthcare. Again, it comes from what I said about the education, the collaboration part of it. So you have to integrate, take the knowledge from everywhere and then put them together. The second part of it is finding solutions to existing problems by use of technologies. We are very good in finding problems. Anywhere you meet, anywhere you discuss, any roadside meetings you have, you will find, you will be complaining, see, this is bad, that is bad, we have so many kachra, heat is so high. But how many of us actually discuss solutions? Take each problem and try to find out solutions to those problems in whatever way you can. If you need the help of any person from the medical side, from the engineering side, from the informatics side, please reach out to them, get them to collaborate with you and find solutions to it. Third is the translational research. Again, as I said, just like we are very good in finding problems than solutions, we are very good in doing research, but most of them end up only in publications. So once a paper is published, we are very happy. We say that I have published this, and so that is the end of it. We don't take it beyond. I understand for research, publications are our currency. But at the same time, you must understand that these fruits from these publications have to be given to the society to make the benefit available to these people. Whenever you take up some research, try to understand what is it that it is going to lead to. You will achieve success in translation if you think from the very beginning that I am starting this work from here to here, but ultimately it will lead to some kind of a product or some kind of a service or some kind of a solution for the people of our country or a particular community or a particular sector of the society. If you think from that at the very beginning, then you will be able to achieve it. You will be doing it in parts, in very small steps, but doesn't matter. but your goal is very clear that you will be able to reach there. So that is about translating your research. Fourth is the education and capacity building. That again is linked to the first part of it, of value education. So naturally it is not only the value education, but you also need to develop skills. In the morning I was discussing with Professor Parle. He was talking about the importance of getting upgraded. Our phones get upgraded, no? Every now and then, the system upgrade, the software upgrades. We also need to get upgraded. With the existing systems, with the existing knowledge, with the new innovations that are coming in, and try to get them together and plan out some studies or plan out a solution for the problems that we have. Then comes the societal transformation through health sciences. Here also there are three things that I'm going to tell you. First is the equity in healthcare. I told that a country like ours, there are extremes. We have rich people, we have poor people, we have people who are very good in their health, we have people who are extremely poor in their health. We need to have some kind of equity. Your work and your education should actually be linked to that, so that we actually bring in some kind of equity in this. So innovations must focus on closing these gaps, particularly between the rich and the poor, the urban and the rural, and take care of the charge of their health through awareness and prevention initiatives. The next part of it is policy alignment. Policy is often made by those who matter. We are often not part of the policy makers, but our work and our experience can guide the policy makers. Like we have papers we publish in journals, there are policy journals as well. If you find something which might impact or change the policy that we have today, please do publish them in these policy papers, in policy journals. Make them as policy briefs, sent to the relevant authorities with hard data that you have, be it through your teaching, be it through your research, whatever you do. But nowadays there is a trend of decisions being taken or policy decisions being taken based on data. And we are the people who generate data. So the quality of data, generation of the right data for the right objective for translation is necessary for that. So I would like to give you a call for action to collaborate, collaborate, and collaborate. Commit to ethical research and practice, ensuring that our advancements are sustainable and equitable. I would also request you all to be focused on creating scalable solutions for the people of our country. And I'm sure that the learning that you will have over the next 2 days will be helpful in guiding you, but ultimately you will have to do the things in whatever you do today in your daily lives, be it in studying, be it in your research, be it in your teaching, to take them forward and make a difference for the country. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you for sharing your words of wisdom, sir. May I now request Shri S.L. Ramachandra sir, Senior Governing Council Member, Sarada Vilas Educational Institutions, Mysuru, to kindly address the gathering.
A very good morning. I want to get very good morning. That is the energy required for all the delegates, because we are such a galaxy of people. Today, Mr. Subraya was to be here. Somehow unfortunate circumstances made our president to go to Bangalore. In his absence, I think I never expected to be here. I came to attend the conference. Joshi made me to sit on the dais. Thank you, Joshi. I don't know whether I deserve or not. But one thing, I got to meet the galaxy of very high intellectuals. That was my fortune. And I had interaction with them. So today's Mr. Subarna Roy, Mr. M.R. Gangadhar, Mr. Milind Parle, our secretary, Mr. Dinesh, Hanmantarao Joshi, and galaxy of learned teachers, scientists, and my faculty members, teaching and non-teaching, and Mr. Narayan Hegde, our another governing council member, who is very new to our management but useful to institution. And my young delegates, students, I think it is extraordinarily, I had interaction with I think now you heard him, Mr. Subarna Roy. I think request to all the delegates, you are not participating in the conference for sake of conference. This is a highly technical conference. This is because you are all going to be pharmacists. You are the people in between the doctor and the patient and the societal responsibility. So you have more responsibility, even better than our, what I can say, the prescribing doctors. Because you will know to understand, because you will have gone under in depth the reactions and side effects of a drug, the pharmaceutical combinations, how it has been found, how it has been researched, what is its efficacy, what's its reactions. So therefore, I think this conference, especially I loved the topic, translation of value, education and innovation in health services for societal transformation. That has been Reverend Subarna Roy, and he made into 4 parts, and excellent insight. Today's conference, we have such researchers, and one point is sure, what Subarna Roy, which I wanted to stress, is researchers producing papers for sake of paper should not be the ultimate result, because it will add to the research, because I have been in education since 32 years. And I feel whatever the research, it should translate from scale to reality. Then alone your research has some value, and it will definitely help the society in abundance, and people cherish that the hard work and research done by all researchers in especially pharmaceutical, which is due to today's order of the need for health upliftment, and because we have today as social status, we have 3 status, poor, middle class and upper class, and we have to reach all, and with this, this is the objective, and I want all delegates, whenever the technical sessions happen, to take note of the new research, new technologies that has evolved. Now, because today you have a wonderful tool, Google, we have wonderful tool, AI, but Even in the advent of AI, I think it only acts on the available data and commands. It's only our thoughts translated into AI. Therefore, our thoughts will never fade. Therefore, you need not be fear that AI will take over. AI can only act. He can act faster than you, but one thing is sure, the knowledge rests in you. The thinking capacity rests in you. Therefore, the young minds should attend such conferences and hear people with lot of experience, with lot of research, and assimilate and then take home all good values and systems and the knowledge. And I wish this conference a very great success because we have a lot of speakers. I don't want to stand in between those knowledgeable speakers. I wish this conference a great success. Thank you one and all.
Thank you for your kind words, sir. We request our guest of honor, Dr. Milind Parle, sir, President, Association of Pharmaceutical Scientists and Educators, former Dean, Faculty of Medical Sciences, Guru Jambeshwar University of Science and Technology, Hisar, Haryana, to address the gathering.
As a President of APSE, Association of Pharmaceutical Scientists and Educators, I feel elated, when the chief guest, the director of ICMR, resource persons appreciate the theme of this conference. So I'll be holding a special lecture soon after the tea, before lunch session, on the theme of this conference and shall convey you the details. Now for the inaugural function, let me tell you, taking clue from our director, I was doing my B.Pharm in 1970s. 1970s, I was enrolled for B.Pharm in a government college, then M.Pharm at Punjab University, Chandigarh. You can imagine how many generations I've been dealing with. Had I not been keeping myself up to date, I would not have been before you. So there is a message for young teachers that if you are up to date, knowledge is power, you are in demand. Otherwise, you will be thrown out. I am in bliss today. I am very happy. You know why? The organizing secretary, the principal of Sarada Vilas College of Pharmacy, Dr. Hanumantachar Joshi, happens to be my student. He is my doctoral student. Another great pleasure I get when the award of a great teacher, Global Educator Award, felicitate today in this big auditorium, Professor Nirmal Singh. He is also my student. देखो सुख किसमें है, आनंद किसमें है, happiness किसमें है. I'll just tell in 3-4 sentences and then we'll move to the next session. पहला सुख निरोगी काया. पहला सुख निरोगी काया. Health is wealth. दूजा सुख घर में हो माया. दूजा सुख घर में हो माया. माया is money. You need money. Roti, kapda, makan. You need to have bread. You need to have clothes. You need to have shelter. So you need money. But you should not be materialistic. तीसरा सुख सुशील हो नारी. सुशील हो नारी. Sober, simple, soft, full of character should be the lady at house. चौथा सुख पुत्र हो आज्ञाकारी. पुत्र हो आज्ञाकारी. You should have an obedient son. पांचवा सुख सुंदर हो आवास. You should have a nice house. and छठा सुख अपने मित्र हो आसपास. If you have all this, really you will get real happiness. See, अगर संतोषी है मन, I am coming towards the end, just remember, संतोषी means satisfied. You should be satisfied in yourself if you want to be in bliss like me. अगर संतोषी है मन, तो धन्य है जीवन, धन्य है जीवन. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your wisdom, sir. We now request Shri R. Dinesh Sir, Honorary Secretary, Sarada Vilas Educational Institutions, Mysuru, to address the gathering.
Good morning. Good morning to all.
Good morning.
I am very happy and lucky to share the dais of so many dignitaries and also academicians, scientists, faculty members in front of our dais. Really so lucky I am, because first time I am addressing so much of dignitaries, because I worked in Chamundeshwari Electricity Supply Corporation 37 years, but by fortunately, or I don't know what is the grace of God, I became secretary of this institution, prestigious institution, just 1 month back. Then I know, and also I congratulate our Joshi, principal of Pharmacy College, because he is so active and so dedicated regarding to improvement of Pharmacy College. What I got information after joining as AGM member and GC member, when he, after assuming charge by Joshi sir, total scenario of our Pharmacy College changed. Big applause to Joshi sir, please. Because leader is very important. Because so much of a conference, I think yesterday I got information that this is the 8th conference he is conducting after assuming the charge. International conference is not so easy because he has so many contacts from out of countries also. Today we are having from Malaysia and online class sessions, some from South Africa, like that, different countries, and all over the country the talkers are here to address your conference. Therefore, once again I congratulate Sir Hanmantrao Joshi, and please continue like this. And in my opinion, India is not behind for any other countries when compared to other countries. India is really forwarding in medical sciences and research and pharmaceuticals companies. Last year actually I gone to US for 4 months. I stayed there. I got every day some fear, and I prayed God not to get any infections in US, any disease, because health facility is not so easily available there. Because any for simple problem that all of you will know that what is the condition of US. For simple any viral infection, very fever, they don't prescribe any medicines. They will advise to take rest 1 week. This is the system. But in India, it is so easy to get medical facilities. Whenever you go to any gully, we can find some pharmacy hospital shops. So what I think, we are so lucky residing in India. Even getting scan, UV scan for pregnancy ladies, they have to wait 15 days to 1 month. Up to 3 months or 4 months they never do, because my daughter-in-law is there. She is carrying now. Very difficult. But in India, it is so easy to get any scanning, either CT scanning or UV scanning or MRI. Therefore, research has become so Of course, still it is required because after Corona, lot of problems we are facing actually. Even health expenditure is becoming so much. Without medical insurance, it is not easy for us, for middle class people or poor people. Therefore, in that direction, make use of these talks. 15 talks are there, wonderful talks. Dignitaries, very scholars. Make use of all delegates, please, that whatever conference now you are registered and have come over here. And all the faculty members also make use of this and do best in research work. And value education is so important. When we were studying in BSc or MSc, we had very good value-based even faculty members. Nowadays, it is very difficult. What we talked with Mr. Gangadhar, Vice Chancellor, so many earlier days, what we had so much of knowledge persons, even faculty members. Nowadays, it is very difficult. Therefore, please do just present, especially our, when I searched in our website recently, our pharmacy college stood first, presenting papers and getting patents when compared to other institutions. It is also very proud of having so much achievements from the Joshi sir. He himself has got so many patents. Therefore, please make use of all these talks and make use, and whatever you are having any problems, please inform us management side. And I will also share with our Joshi sir, please try to collaborate with student exchange program from other universities. It is very value added for our institution, what I feel. Thanks to all for giving an opportunity to address you people, and thank you.
Thank you for your pleasant address, sir. Thankfulness is the beginning of gratitude. Gratitude is the completion of thankfulness. Thankfulness may consist words, but gratitude is shown in acts. With one such act of gratitude, I request Professor Venkatesh Sir, Organizing Secretary, SVCP APSECON25, to present the vote of thanks.
Good morning, everyone. It's my privilege and honor to propose vote of thanks on this special occasion of inauguration of International Conference on Translation of Value Education and Innovations in Health Sciences for Societal Transformation, organized by Sarada Vilas College of Pharmacy in association with Association of Pharmaceutical Scientists and Educators. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed chief guest, Professor M.R. Gangadhar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Chamarajanagar University, Chamarajanagar, for gracing this occasion with his presence and insightful words. Thank you, sir. A special thanks to our inaugurator, Dr. Subarna Roy, Director and Scientist G, ICMR, National Institute of Traditional Medicines, Belagavi, for enlightening us with his inspiring thoughts and sharing his valuable perspectives. Thank you, sir. We are scientists and educators, former Chairman, Department of Pharma Sciences, Guru Jambeshwar University of Science and Technology, Hisar, Haryana. Thank you, sir. A special thanks to Sri R. Dinesh, Honorary Secretary, Sarada Vilas Educational Institutions, Mysuru, for their continuous support and encouragement in all our endeavors. Thank you, sir. Our sincere appreciation thanks to Dr. B.M. Subraya, President, Sarada Vilas Educational Institutions, for their unwavering guidance and leadership in fostering academic excellence. Thank you, sir. The Dr. Subraya sir is, due to unavoidable circumstances, unable to be a part of this function. In their absence, we acknowledge them. And we submit our sincere thanks to Sri S.L. Ramchandra, Senior GC Member, Sarada Vilas Educational Institutions, Mysuru. Thank you, sir. A big thank you to our respected Dr. Hanmantachar Joshi, Principal, Sarada Vilas College of Pharmacy, and convener of this esteemed conference for his meticulous planning and dedication in making this event a grand success. Thank you, sir. We submit our sincere thanks to all governing council members and all general body members of Sarada Vilas Education Institutions, Mysuru. Thank you. Our special thanks to press and media personnel for covering this international conference. Thank you all. I also take this moment to express my gratitude to all dignitaries, delegates, students, heads and faculty members of various institutions of Sarada Vilas Educational Institutions, Mysuru, for their active participation and enthusiasm. Your presence makes this conference a meaningful and impactful gathering. Finally, a warm appreciation to our organizing committee, volunteers, and staff members for their tireless efforts in ensuring the seamless execution of this event. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to an enriching and productive conference ahead. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. With this, we conclude our inaugural program and proceed with our 2 days of international conference on translation of value education and innovation in health sciences for societal transformations. I once again welcome each one of you to join us in this journey and make it a successful one. I request the gathering to kindly rise for the national anthem.
पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you, one and all. Refreshments has been arranged outside. I request the gathering to kindly accept the same and be back here. I'm sorry. The scientific session will continue now. I repeat, the scientific session will continue now. The refreshments will be arranged later. I'm sorry for the inconveniences. I request the gathering to please be seated. I request the gathering to please be seated. I request the gathering to please be seated. The scientific session will continue now and the tea break is arranged later. I now welcome Dr. Narayan Hegde Sir, Senior Consultant Plastic Surgeon, Apollo Hospitals, Mysuru, and Dr. Nirmal Singh Sir, Professor, Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences and Drug Research, Punjabi University, Patiala, Punjab, to chair the session. Let's begin the second session of the day on translation of innovations in traditional medicine with AI and digital technologies by Dr. Subarna Roy Sir, Director, ICMR, National Institute of Traditional Medicines, Belagavi, Karnataka. We request the speaker of our session to kindly occupy a seat on the dais. Dr. Narayan Hegde Sir is a senior consultant plastic surgeon in Apollo Hospitals, Mysuru, Karnataka. And he is a consultant plastic and reconstructive surgeon with almost 20 years of professional experience. Sir is a well-trained in aesthetic surgeries, reconstructive microsurgery, and hand surgeries. It's our immense honor to have you with us today, sir. Welcome, sir. Dr. Nirmal Singh Sir is a professor in Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences and Drug Research, Punjabi University, Patiala, Punjab, and has over 27 years of teaching experiences in research and industrial experience. Sir is a principal investigator and co-investigator on various major research projects. It's our immense pleasure to have you with us today, sir. Welcome, sir. I request our chairpersons to kindly introduce our today's speaker to the gathering. Over to you, sir.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce our distinguished speaker, Dr. Subarna Roy. He is Director, Indian Council of Medical Research, National Institute of Traditional Medicine, ICMR, NITM, Belagavi, Karnataka. He is a highly learned person. His area of research is public health, microbiology, molecular biology, bioinformatics, and he has widely and very significantly contributed to the science. The major contribution include identification of potential traditional medicines, lead for treatment of SARS-CoV-2, identification of an elite clone of Gynema sylvester, and implication of anti-cancer drugs on improvement of quality of the life of cancer patients. He has a lot of research studies, and some of them include childhood diarrhea, dengue, Zika, bioinformatics, and he has received a number of awards, and few of them I would like to highlight: KSTC Fellowship in Basic and Clinical Medical Sciences by Karnataka Science and Technology Academy. So I welcome you.
we do research in both modern medicine as well as in traditional medicines. By modern medicine, we mean the current allopathy medicine, biomedicine system, which includes the modern technologies, as well as the traditional systems of medicine. Now, some of you will be knowing, for the benefit of the students, traditional medicine is actually a set of those which are considered codified systems as well as non-codified systems. In the codified systems, you have the Ayush in India. Similarly, there are the Chinese traditional medicine systems and all recognized in other countries as well. So in the Ayush system and the non-Ayush system together comprise traditional medicine systems. What are the non-codified systems within the traditional medicine? They are those which are practiced mostly in folk medicine, in tribal medicine, and as healers in various communities. So we try to collate the knowledge both from the modern science and the traditional medicine systems together and do research in an integrative fashion. And those of you who are aware, in the Viksit Bharat 2047 missions, integrative health is envisaged as a major component. So we will be getting treatments across institutions which include both the allopathy system as well as the traditional systems like Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, homeopathy, etc., etc. So we are trying to generate evidence from them and then try to see which can be integrated together and put into practice in integrative health, particularly for public health concerns. We also do, as part of that integration, a validation cycle. What is validation cycle? We follow what is called the reverse pharmacology approach, where some things are already there in practice for particular conditions or particular diseases. Then there are gaps in that cycle which we try to fill up. Say, for example, something, say for some joint pains, some practices are there in some of the communities where some traditional healer gives a treatment with certain herbs or certain formulations for the treatment of arthritis. Then we try to generate the information about who are the people who are taking the treatment, whether they had tried modern medicine or not before that, what kind of benefits they are getting, and then whatever are reported by them, plus what the traditional healer reports, we put them together and then we try to see whether these people are actually getting benefited or not. These are completely questionnaire-based studies that is done in the community. So the first part of it, the situation analysis, we do that. And then where we find that there seems to be something which holds some promise, we take them into laboratories, we do the pharmacognosy, the ethnomedicine, we do a complete phytochemistry of it, chemoprofiling, the chemical analysis, we do safety toxicity studies in animals, we do bioinformatics. If it is infectious diseases, then we do a microbiology part of it, immunology part of it. We do a substantial molecular biology, understanding how it works. And then if required, say there is a need for increase in the production of certain secondary metabolites, we do a biotechnology in tissue culture. And then we do the pharmacological studies, preclinical studies in animal models. And then once that is done, then we take it into field again and we do clinical trials. So that completes the validation cycle. So this is what I said about starting from scratch, but then there are so many medications, so many formulations which are used, which we know seems to work, but maybe certain things will be missing. Say for example, we may not be knowing the molecular mechanism of action of a certain drug which works for certain condition. We may not be knowing what is the chemical profiling of that plant. We may not be knowing the safety profiles of this particular formulation. So wherever these kind of gaps are there, we try to fill them up depending on the condition that we are working with. Now I come to the main subject of today's talk. I'm trying to correlate both modern systems with the traditional systems Now, as we speak today, AI is perhaps the in thing that is dominating our lives, be it through our Google searches or the chat GPT or any other AI-enabled tools that we are using in daily life, sometimes even without knowing that actually it is the AI which is doing things for you. And the combination of them with the traditional systems. In the left side, I have drawn a World Traditional Medicine clock, which shows the various kinds of traditional systems that are practiced across the world, starting with Ayurveda, the oldest one, and then followed by Chinese traditional medicine, the Egyptian medicine, etc., across the world. So these are very small letters, so you need not read them. On the right is the artificial intelligence, which actually can do many things for you. Again, some of them are listed here, like perception. It can actually read audio, it can see videos, it can read text, it can understand touch, it can make decisions for you, even medical and diagnostic systems. It can do prediction, even what are the diseases that you are likely to get because of your certain conditions, or it can predict the weather, it can predict many other things as well. It can extract knowledge. It can also determine whether something is fake news or correct news and all, if you can give it a correct prompt. It can recognize patterns, your screen lock in your mobile phones. It can have interactive communications, the chatbots that you use in your IRCTC website or in your Air India website, Indigo website, anything that you use. So this can do a lot of things, including the logical reasoning, theory development from premises. So these are the tools that are available only through AI, which can be used in traditional medicine. The purpose of this slide is that you have ultra-modern technology, you have age-old practices going centuries past. So some of the applications of this are in diagnosis, in treatment, as tools for both diagnosis and treatment, for risk assessments and for predictions, for knowledge banking, for research, and even for simulations. An example of development of tools and novel diagnostics. So as we all know about Ayurveda, perhaps the most well-practiced traditional systems of medicine in India, where it is based on 5 elements, the Akash, Jal, Prithvi, Teja, and Vayu. And again, it has 3 humors, the doshas, Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. And it's the balance that actually determines your health. And AI actually analyzes these complex diagnostic processes and vast amount of patient data, including their symptoms, their history, and observations very, very efficiently. And there are AI-powered tools that can process this information very quickly, and they aid the practitioners in reaching accurate diagnosis and personalized treatment plans for that. This is a screenshot on the right of one app in which you can actually determine your own prakriti. There are various publications based on that: visual grid to digitally record, Ayurvedic Prakriti assessment, first steps towards integrated electronic health records. In clinical applications, AI-driven decision support systems enhance the efficacy of traditional treatment methods. There are systems that can suggest the optimal condition for herbal formulations, acupuncture, dietary adjustments, what you need to do. Even apps are available for that. And it is based on the inputs that it receives from you. So it is more of a personalized kind of protocols that it will provide. So by leveraging this artificial intelligence, various traditional medicine practitioners can refine their treatment protocols, leading to better patient outcome and trial and error method. So there are several online resources. IUSoft is a very old one, so which has been given here. But another important thing that I just wanted to show you is this Nadi Tarangini, which actually measures the pulse. And It gives very accurate estimations of the diagnosis through the Ayurvedic method. So there are also chatbots, just like as I said, you have the Indigo booking chatbot or a IRCTC booking chatbot or some grievance redressal chatbots. Like that, you have chatbots where you can get actual suggestions on various treatments from the traditional systems by use of this artificial intelligence. Very recently, I think 2 weeks back, this Nadi Tarangani it was the first Ayurvedic diagnostic device that got CDSCO nod. Similarly, telemedicine. Once you have chatbots, telemedicines can't be far away. So many of the practitioners are using telemedicine studios, using artificial intelligence to actually assess the patient without their physical presence in the clinic. That is making healthcare reach even those places where it is not available. Many of the Indians who reside abroad, they do not have the luxury of getting practitioners from the traditional sides, the Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani systems in their places. So they generally make use of this kind of telemedicine studios or applications to use for their requirements. So this has got again a tremendous potential for use in our Indian settings. In research, we know a very big project was launched on Ayurgenomics more than 10 years back. And a lot of effort is being done to actually correlate the genetic makeup of our population with the constitution of Vata, Pitta, Kapha, and try to analyze them to understand what works best for different kinds of people. So again, moving towards personalized medication, AI has got a very important role to play in this kind of approaches. You remember on 10th December, there was Desh Ka Prakriti Parikshan Abhiyan. So I think it was one of the largest exercises that has been done to understand the Prakriti of the Indian people across the country. So the Ayurveda colleges were given responsibilities to enroll participants, get their Prakriti assessed. Again, they were using an app. So with that app and putting in some data by some questionnaires, they actually did the assessment. I'm very sure after some time we will come to know, after some analysis is done, what are the trends and what are the kinds of Prakriti that we have across the country. Generation of real-world data on efficacy and effectiveness of traditional medicines. One of the biggest problems that we have when we deal with research in traditional medicine is the lack of evidence and the lack of appropriate evidence that the modern scientist will like to see. There are several reasons for it. One thing is being that these are mostly written, the older ones are in classical texts. The others are in forms of various handwritten records in old hospitals and very old institutions like this, and even across the world. It is just not physically possible to again have all those data entered and see pre and post or do analysis and all. Now you have AI tools which can do this deep learning and data mining. You just feed in those hard copies of records or files if you have with you, and then it will just extract that data and you can do a lot of analysis on them. Those old Ayurveda hospitals who have the wealth of those records, they can actually do a lot of research using AI on the records they have by itself. Which are the conditions that actually they get most benefits with certain kind of treatments? Who are the people who are likely to be benefited? Who are people who are at risk for various other conditions? There are several research questions that you can ask and that can be answered through this. So I just talked about that. Machine learning algorithms is a subset of AI that excel at recognizing patterns in the data. And in traditional medicine, this capability is invaluable for identifying correlations between symptoms, diseases, and treatments. And by analyzing patient data, including their genetic information, lifestyle factors, and environmental influences, AI systems can actually predict disease risks and even recommend preventive measures. So there are several kind of startups also who are actually using this, and they are getting more and more recognized. When we come to our institute, we have made a directory of traditional healers in the Western Ghat region in the Belgaum and its surrounding areas. We have records of more than about 150 such people, and the kind of treatment that they give and for what conditions. So this is not in public domain because of reasons that actually in terms of law they do not have a kind of recognition. So therefore these are not in public domain, but if any research needs to be done and if these people are willing to share that information, so we can always take the help of these people to record the data that they have with them or the kind of treatments they're giving to whom and take them subsequently for laboratory and preclinical research. We do have a database of ethnomedicinal plants of Western Ghats. It has more than 500 medicinal plants that are used across the Western Ghats in 5 states. And they are listed in the form of the disease. You can give the condition or the plant that are used. So you will get a lot of data on this kind of uses of this traditional medicinal plants, which serves as an invaluable resource for researchers who are willing to take up some research on any of the traditional medicine plants that are used. This is, however, in public domain. Any one of you can access it, and it is available at the nitmmedplantsdb.in. So you can just type that and you can get access to it. It's completely free. Similarly, there is the Traditional Knowledge Digital Library, the TKDL of CSIR. So it actually has this repository of those traditional knowledge that India has, particularly with the wealth of the medicinal plants. Basically, it was meant to prevent piracy of Indian traditional knowledge that we have. There are databases all across the world, including the Chinese traditional medicine database, the UNPD, the NUBE from Brazil. So most of the countries have actually tried to record these kind of practices in some kind of database. And now these databases have an extremely big potential to be used by AI and then taken into further research. Things become much easier. You don't have to kind of go through all the records that it has. You can very easily extract the data that you want using AI tools. Similarly, there are databases for bioactives, UNPD itself, Dr. Duke's chemical, phytochemical and ethnometrical database. For chemistry, again UNPD, you have ChemBL, you have Drug Bank. For targets, you have BindingDB and many others, ChemBL again, SwissDoc, PDB, Uniprot. Again, you have disease target associations. So the TTD, the therapeutic target database, human protein atlas, disease and gene annotations. This looks like a dot to you, but it is kind of a metabolic pathway that we have in the human systems. So if you enlarge it, you will actually see the various reactions that happen inside the body. So can you imagine the sea that we have in our own systems, and every drug that we put actually inside, it changes the direction or it reduces or accelerates a reaction. It will have its effect on other things as well. The network pharmacology or the systems biology that we talk about. So these are extremely important areas where AI can actually help you in doing research with a particular drug that you put inside this system. Then comes the simulations. So using these databases and the drugs that you are working with, maybe for your PhD or for your dissertation or for whatever, you can play them with simulation tools in computers using AIs, and then that generates some data for you, how it works, where it works, and what are the reactions that it changes. It can model, very much about the drug discovery, the CAD research, and also those get integrated by the use of this AI. We were one of the first as an institution to start what we call as herbal informatics. So we started in the year 2012, 2013 by using or leveraging these databases and the wealth of traditional knowledge put together, and with the combination of them and using of computational biology and bioinformatics, we tried to do the simulation studies, basically to find out the likely mode of action of various phytochemical formulations, and then plan the in vitro research accordingly. Like that, we had made several studies. These are some of the publications for hepatitis C. These are some for the SARS-CoV-2, the coronavirus that we had. Similarly, there are many others. So but mind you, computational studies, even with AI, will give you a possible lead. But then you need to carry out your in vitro, in vivo, and clinical research to actually prove them. We also have a database of herb drug reactions. We have made this database particularly for diabetes, arthritis, and gastrointestinal disorders. What happens most of the time that those who are diabetic will be taking metformin and many other drugs. Then some friend says कि ये ले ले तो इसमें भी अच्छा रहेगा, ये गुरमा, ये है, ये this है, वो that है. So they will try that also. People have a feeling that anything herbal is harmless. Absolute wrong. It may be enhancing the activity of your glucosamine or whatever drug you are using. It may be actually working against it. There might be several conditions where you may be getting hypoglycemia by a non-regulated use of both these kind of medicines. So we don't know what the herb drug reactions happen. So what we did is that we took a number of herbal formulations that are used for diabetes and the known drugs that are used in diabetes and tried to find out their correlation. One set was from published literature, and the other set was again using the modeling methods about the likelihood of these reacting together. So this we thought would be extremely useful for not only the patients but also for clinicians, both from the modern medicine as well as from the traditional medicine side, to help guide the patients to take their formulations or their drugs judiciously. Lastly, again, we are talking about value education. AI comes along with its own limitations. It comes along with its own dangers. Although we are scientists, but it is unfortunate that most of our science has both parts of it, good and the bad. You have both the devil and the God. So you have to choose and always use the God and try to eliminate the evil. So when artificial intelligence comes, you have to use them judiciously for the benefit of the people at large and avoid using it in the negative manner. So this was my last slide. So I would leave you with this slide, which is a story about the evolution of medicine. It started with the star and with the sun and the moon and the stars. And then came the material science, the Ayurveda, the traditional Chinese medicine, where we have herbs and all that came into the system. Then came the digital era, where both for diagnosis and for treatment, we had devices that used to tell us. Then came the social security, your Aadhaar and your social security number and linked medical facilities, so personalized healthcare. The second last is signifying the change from the Mendelian genetics of presence or absence to the ATGC of the genome, to 0101, the digitization of the codes. And the last is perhaps where we are progressing to, your use of artificial intelligence and your own brain. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was an excellent presentation on AI. How we can judiciously use AI in traditional medicine. Actually, in the world of AI, we are forgetting our natural intelligence. That is happening in many fields, especially when it comes to final delivery of the whatever the innovations have made. For example, being a doctor, if I keep watching the TV or the computer screen in front of a patient, definitely he will lose confidence on me. That human touch we are forgetting. So the AI, whatever the use, what we are getting now, it should be properly used, and only wherever it is required, that much use we have to take out of it. Otherwise, the human touch, I think, in a final delivery of the whatever the innovations what we make, we will miss that. That's what I notice in our practice. As a clinician, I think it makes a lot of difference to have an eye contact with the patient or to talk to them with a human heart. So with my opinion on this, I would like to ask one question for at least anybody can ask a question to the speaker, because we are running out of time. If anybody has a question, please ask.
Madam, Mike.
So thank you very much, sir. It was a very wonderful session, and I felt like one side bullock cart and one side bullet train. It was very wonderful, of course. Thank you very much. My question is about AI with regards to shlokas, sir. Can we break or crack shlokas with any AI tools? I mean, do we
Can we?
Shlokas, sir.
Shlokas, yes. That is what I am saying. This machine learning and deep learning can actually not only extract the shlokas but also can interpret. So even present day controversy that we are having with the languages is going to go in 5 years, because you will all have a gadget plugged to your ear. Anybody speaking in Kannada, it will interpret in English or in any other language. Same thing happens if anybody speaks in Tamil. So we are going to get into that era very, very soon. So similarly, shlokas are even much easier because they are known scripts. Even people are trying to even decipher the Indus Valley civilization, the Harappan scripts and all, using AI. And then people are very optimistic that AI perhaps will be able to decipher that script which has eluded us for centuries. So yes, these are possibilities. But as we all say that these are again generated by computers, so we have to use our brain as well. And even as Lamarck also said, the use and disuse actually makes everything possible or makes it better. If you stop using our brain, we will go down. So we have to use our brains as well.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Dr. Rai, for your wonderful talk. You enlightened us about various aspects of digital technology and artificial intelligence that can be used as an innovation strategy as far as traditional medicines are concerned. Thank you for giving information what is being done as far as AI and innovations are concerned in traditional medicines, and you also enlightened about various kind of databases that you have generated and other databases which are available to gather information. So thank you very much for inviting us and your wonderful talk. Thank you.
Sir, I have a question here. Very good morning to all. I'm Dr. Sandhya, Director from Visvesvaraya Technological University. Sir, it was a wonderful presentation from your side and a lot of avenues we come across in the ICMR. In fact, from past 16 years, I am working on the gene mapping, the gene association, and our research scholars are here. We are also working on gene risks especially for AD, and we are working on gene embedding also. Sir, here I feel this is the right opportunity for you to discuss about is there any research opportunities or any collaborations which we can have it, we can have with ICMR, and since we are from the technical university, I would like to know any support or funding opportunities from ICMR for such collaborations.
Yes, with your permission, sir. Yes, there are 2-3 changes that has happened in the last 1.5 years. Number one is that ICMR was a very middle class funding agency. It did not have that much money like DBT, DST to offer. So typically ICMR funding would be around 30 lakhs, 50 lakhs, 60 lakhs, like that. Now it has been divided into small grants, medium grants and large grants. Large grants are more than 7 lakhs, 7 crores. 5 crores, more than 5 crores are large grants. I think between 2 to 5 is medium grants and below that is small grants. So 2 crores for small grants is a huge jump. And even now, I think up to May 1st, up to May 1st, the small and medium grants portal is open. And now in extramural research project, the funds are given only to non-ICMR institutions. So ICMR institutions cannot collaborate with non-ICMR institutions for extramural funds because there will be conflict of interest in people may accuse of favoring or whatever. These projects are reviewed by ICMR scientists across the country, so there is no conflict of interest. So this is one way where you can apply. Only thing we have to see, by seeing the trends that we have seen over the last 1.5 years, is that most of the projects which have got extreme good translational value, these are getting more funded than only basic sciences, which is also necessary and which will also be funded. But I'm saying the trend is towards more of those which have translational value and very immediate promise. So that is how it is. So there is a very good opportunity and with larger funding to get into it. Again, I said for this you cannot have ICMR collaborations, but you can have a consortium of VTU, some other college, this thing, who are experts in that, make a big consortium and give. So that will be even more better than actually asking for funds alone. Okay. And secondly, there is another opportunity. If you want to collaborate with any ICMR institute, you can discuss with them if it is in the mandate of that particular institute and it means to take some of the leads forward. What we have is an intramural research project that also runs in crores. So the institute actually applies for that through the internal funds of ICMR, and then they get funded. And the fund that is allocated for this collaborator is transferred to that particular institution. So that is also possible. In fact, we are doing with several institutions, mostly in Maharashtra and in Karnataka. So, so that is again another way of going about. So these two are there, and yes, I think that was your question.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the information. In fact, we are working on the pathology of gene modeling. We are having an MOU with the Autodesk also. We are working on simulation models to understand the behavior of genes. So I think, as you rightly said, we can have a joint collaboration between industry, academia with the ICMR.
Yes.
I understand. So thank you so much for the information.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was a nice talk.
Thank you for such an informative session, sir. I thank the participants for asking the questions. It's an honor to have Dr. Subarna Roy sir with us today. I request sir to kindly accept our small token of respect. May I request our chairpersons to honor our speaker by presenting him with a memento. Thank you, sir. We'd like to thank Dr. Narayana Hegde sir and Dr. Nirmal Singh sir for chairing the session. May I request Dr. H. Joshi sir, Principal, Sarada Vilas College of Pharmacy, and Dr. Subhash Marihal sir, Managing Director, SAS Pinjara Life Sciences Private Limited, to present sir with the memento. I once again thank the chairpersons. Refreshments has been arranged outside the auditorium. I request the gathering to kindly accept the same and gather back in the auditorium within 12:30. I repeat, refreshments has been arranged outside the auditorium. I request the gathering to accept the same and kindly gather back in the auditorium within 12:30.
Hello. Check. Test. Check. Hello. Check. Check. Hello. Hello. Check. Check. Test. Check.
Hello.
Sure.
Welcome back, everyone, for International Conference on Translation of Value Education and Innovations in Health Sciences for Societal Transformations. I now welcome Dr. Anantanayak Nagappa Sir, Professor, School of Pharmacy, Bahara University, Solan, Himachal Pradesh, and Dr. Harsha V. Hegde Sir, Scientist F, ICMR, National Institute of Traditional Medicine, Belagavi, Karnataka, to chair the session. Let's continue our today's scientific session with a talk on the relevance of value education for societal transformation by Professor Milind Parle Sir, President, APSE, Retired Professor, Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences, GJUST, Hisar, Haryana. I request our speaker to kindly occupy a seat on the dais. Dr. Nayak Nagappa Sir is a director of Om College of Pharmacy, Ranebennur, Haveri, Karnataka. Sir was awarded with Lifetime Achievement Award, International Scientist Award 2020. Sir has conducted clinical trials in evaluation of pharmaceutical care for patients with cardiovascular diseases. It's our immense honor to have you with us today, sir. Welcome, sir. Dr. Harsha V. Hegde Sir is Scientist F, ICMR, National Institute of Traditional Medicine, Belagavi, Karnataka. His research work mainly focuses on angiosperm taxonomy, ethnomedicine, and ethnopharmacology. Sir is a PhD guide for KLA Academy and Higher Education and Research, Belagavi, Rani Chennamma University, Belagavi, and Shivaji University, Kolhapur. It's our immense honor to have you with us today, sir. Welcome, sir. May I now request the chairpersons to introduce our speaker to our gathering.
You have the biodata? Hello. Good morning to one and all. I have the pleasure of introducing Dr. Milind Parle, a very well-known name in the pharmacy profession. He established a society, Association of Pharmacy Scientists and Educators. Now, today we have his presentation. So, to speak about his biodata, it's very, very big. And he's a retired professor from Guru Jambeshwar University of Science and Technology, Hisar, Haryana, India. And then his areas of research is neurodegenerative disorders, psychopharmacology, and behavioral pharmacology. He has an experience of 40 years in teaching, administration, and research. Served as a deputy director at AICTE, New Delhi, and research publications crosses more than 500, and all are in the very prestigious journals. And Google Scholar Metrics H index is 47, and he has got around awards, about awards and achievements. His Lifetime Achievement Award by INSO 2022, 70 Best Research Awards at national and international conferences, Rashtriya Gaurav Award in 2013, and many more awards. It runs in to a lot of things. So he has got 8 patents, and he has been awarded 3 patents, Indian patents, and I welcome Dr. Milind Parle to give his talk and enlighten us with his knowledge.
Thank you. Thank you, my friend, Dr. Nagappa Naik, for nice words. Right, so let's move on. This is the third international conference of APSE. We conducted around 35 conferences online during Corona period, so as to, engage the budding scientists and young students and keep them busy when there was total lockdown in the country. Third conference, I'm happy that it is being held at Mysuru. The previous conference was in Kerala, and the first conference we had in Graphic University at Nainital. So the theme today, we have been discussing, the relevance of value education and innovations for the societal transformation. I shall be covering each aspect of it. So I like the students sitting at the back. Please come forward, there are a lot of chairs so that you can grasp better. Students, please come forward. There are a lot of chairs. In 2 minutes, you come forward. आप सामने आइए, please. Volunteers, please see that students come forward.
By the speaker, please move on to the front. Don't leave the front desk blank.
I request the gathering to kindly occupy the front seats.
Nobody sit at the back, Those who are on the last bench, please come forward.
I request the gathering to kindly occupy the seats in the front.
Believe in yourself. Be confident in life. Please hurry up, hurry up. Still there are some chairs here also, right in front. Please take your seats. Fast, fast. Please settle it. Okay, fine. That's fine. Let's begin. See, why I have called you in front, there is a reason. I am fond of students, I like students. And I like which students? I like those who are sitting at the back. Because those who are normally sitting in the front already are relatively bright and regular. And those who are sitting at the back have one eye on the back door. The moment you find that there is nothing interesting, you will move out. But I'll guarantee one thing now. You will enjoy this lecture because this has been prepared for you. This has been prepared specially. Of course, now I'm at such a stage of life. Organizing secretary is my student, and most of the teachers sitting here, including Hanumanta Sir Joshi, have been my students. But then his students, Nirmal Singh's students, also indirectly become my students. So let me begin. I'm going to give you fundamentals in just 20-25 minutes. I'll tell you yourself, those of you who want to become big academicians, good teachers, scientists. He says he wants to become a scientist. I'll tell you, it's very easy. It's inner drive. If you want to become a scientist, how you can become a scientist? I'll show you the path today. If you are interested, if you are not, those who are not interested can please leave the hall. I have no objection. I want those who are interested, those who want to become great professionals. So let me begin. The relevance of value education for the societal transformation. Let's understand first, one by one, what is value, what is education, what is society? Do we need transformation? If we don't understand, we have not failed. Please go ahead with the next slide. Next slide, please. No, this is not working. Okay, fine. Now, what are values? You know, if you look into the dictionary or psychology books, it will be defined as the behavior or conduct that is acceptable to the society as large. I'll simplify it. We say values are deteriorating. A student, a middle-aged teacher, or a senior person, he should try to imbibe certain qualities which are respected. Now, what is this? A person having values will be accommodative. See, you are accommodative. I said, come forward, you have come forward. You have to be accommodative in life. You have to be flexible. You have to be adjustable. Broad-minded. You have to be broad-minded. You know, one teacher was having a walk with me yesterday. I just asked him a simple question. How many places you have visited outside Karnataka? A faculty member of Sarada Vilas College of Pharmacy. And I was surprised. He said, no, not a single place. I have not traveled out of Karnataka. You become broad-minded when you have traveled entire world. At least in India, we have diverse culture, you know. The language Kannada is as different from Hindi or Marathi as French is from German or English. So, going to a different state is like going to a different country. The culture is different, food habits are different, the clothes are different, everything is different. You learn a lot, you become broad-minded. You come to know that you are not alone. The problems which you face, there are others who have more severe problems. You should be cooperative, you should be disciplined, empathetic. Empathetic means you should be able to put yourself in the shoes of other person, understand his troubles, his agony, his pains, feel it and then help him. It's beyond being sympathetic. Forgiving, grateful, honest, harms no one, impartial, just, fair. You should be fair, kind, loyal, positive, truthful, and transparent. Now one can ask, are these values in my personality or I need a change? These values are degrading, they are declining. We don't have these values in the present generation. See, gone is my generation. I'm happy, my students. You know, Anmantachar Joshi is with me for how many years? Not till he had the degree. For the degree, he was with me for more than 6 years. But then it is almost 15 years. He is with me. His family is with me. Same is Dr. Nirmal Singh. I have visited Patiala. I have gone to his house. I have had meals there. These are two examples I am taking because they are in the audience. I have more than 125 families. And this is the kind of value system we need to have. Now, what is the difference? Why it is degrading? What are the causes? First cause is impact of mass media. Most of you have cameras, videos, and WhatsApp in your mobiles. Now, when you sit in the classroom, what you are thinking of? Whom to meet in the evening? Where to have dinner? Which birthday is around? And you are not attentive. What's happening? What the teacher is trying to tell you? Impact of mass media. Behavior of parents. There are many parents here. If parents quarrel before the children, young child, what impression he will derive? One young teacher said, I'll not marry. This is the culture even in USA and European countries. Because they feel there are two reasons. One is their parents could not get along with each other. And the second is being a parent brings in a lot of responsibility. You have to take care of a family. You have to take care of your spouse. You have to take care of somebody else. It's union of two families. Now, if these two life partners meet on weekends or are separated, what will happen to the society? Let me ask you, what makes the society? Society is not somebody sitting outside the auditorium. Society is right here. I make the society. You make the society. she makes the society, everybody makes the society. We have nuclear families, we have faulty education system. I'll tell you what is education system today. Bad company. Companies, you are known by the company you keep. You know, when my son was growing up, he topped in Haryana, topped in Delhi, topped in India, then went to USA, he topped in the world also. But there was a time when he was adolescent, he did not listen to me. He is seeing me for last 15-20 years. और कहते पापा आप तो outdated है, आपको कुछ नहीं पता, दुनिया कहाँ जा रही है. This is not the story of my home. Parents, ask yourself. Each child, when he starts becoming adolescent, little grown up, mature, he first starts judging the parents. What is the solution? I'll be giving all the solutions in the last slide, but just this aspect, there is a peer pressure. I'll just watch what kind of company he is keeping. What my son say Apurva, what his friend is doing. If his friend is taking liquor, smoking cigarette, sure one day my son will going to do that. He may hide from me. You are known by the company you keep. I'll watch his friends, I'll watch his peers, I will tell the friends. His friends will listen to me. My son will listen to his friend's father. This is the kind of society we are in. Easy availability of pocket money. See, students, at one point of time, we were saving money which was given to us for having meals by not taking a meal. Now the students have surplus pocket money. The parents feel if sufficient money is given to them, he will use it in a judicious manner and he will be well off. Parties, pub, junk food culture. I had a lady in the compartment in which I was traveling. She had come from USA for 15 days. And the kind of culture she was sharing with me, I was just shocked. And we are copying Western culture. We are copying European culture. So these are the causes of degradation. I am going to give you solutions also. See, let us first understand, who are we? You will say we are human beings. No. We are not human beings to uphold spirituality. We are spiritual beings to uphold humanity. We are all spiritual beings. We do not know how many births we have been taking. Let us come to education now. What is education? The word educate is derived from Latin word educare. It means to instruct. Teachers, we have to instruct, we have to teach, we have to coach, we have to explain, inform, train, enlighten, uplift, nurture, tuition, prepare, refine. See, when I give a draft to Dr. Anmantacharya Joshi of the conference proceedings, and he says, how many times sir you are checking it? 5 times you have checked. I'll just tell him I'm refining it. I'm improving it. Refining is very important. My students get upset with me, This is the curse I get. But I know they are all well off because that kind of grinding, that kind of repeated revisions, refinement they have done. So that refinement is in your interest. How and where? What is the location? It's at home. Education starts from home. Mother is the first teacher and the best teacher and a lifelong teacher. The love which you get from your mother and father, I'll tell you, you will not get anywhere. Even if you don't get along well with your parents, as long as your parents are alive, they will only bless you. They'll only think good of you. You don't even meet them, talk to them, they'll think of your welfare. And in life, there are no free lunch, no free lunches, no free breakfast. Somebody is giving you, he has an agenda, he has a purpose. He wants to extract something more, except the parents. They are selfless. So home, school, auditorium, playground, church, temple, cafe, gurudwara, these are the places where one can learn. Now what are the hurdles? What are the hurdles in education system? lack of will to learn. It's very easy for a senior teacher to say, oh, I'm doing my job, I'm getting my salary, I'm happy. Students are not willing to learn. That's not my fault. So it is the students who are at fault. I never say this. If a student goes wrong, I'll say it is my fault. I have not trained him properly. It is not student's fault. If he is absent, it is because of me. But then students will tell lies once, twice, third time they'll speak truth to you. They'll tell all their problems to you, and you can work to solve their problems. And if you solve their problems, there is a lifelong bond. Quality of teaching, government reservation policy, infrastructure. We have very good infrastructure, I understand. And research culture is lacking. This is what everybody says. It's not lacking. We have to create research culture. I am going to create it today. I am going to tell each one of you here, you are blessed, privileged, how to be a scientist with no facilities. Just in next 5 slides. What should be the goal? What should be the goal of an institution, education? To make boys, girls capable of doing things on their own and facing life challenges. If you are able to do this, if I have conducted, say, 25 conferences at Guru Jambeshwar University, Hisar, I am happy that Hanumantas Joshi conducts 35. Dr. Nirmal Singh calls me during the Corona period and conducts a conference in his institution. What next week I am going to Rajasthan. Another of my students is calling me at Ajmer, and that's a life story now. It continues lifelong. If I am keeping myself up to date, I am with the students and I am in demand. Once I am outdated, nobody wants elderly people. Those who are senior here, let me tell you, nobody wants an ill person. Nobody wants an elderly people. Nobody wants an outdated person. You are thrown, you are like a vegetable. It's up to you whether to remain up to date or not. It's just up to you. If you are of value, everybody wants you. You are invited. There is a red carpet welcome if you are in value. We have to develop physical, mental, emotional, intellectual, and spiritual faculties. Build men and women who are creative, confident, skilled, innovative, and noble human beings. I love those students. They are like my sons and daughters who are noble. You know what I tell in the class? I tell I am third. I am not having top priority. If my son has a problem, if my wife has a problem, if I have a personal problem, I'll not attend it first. The first is God and your health. If I'm not well, everything is useless. Remember God, take care of your health. That is first priority. Second is the next person who is waiting. Others. If my student has a problem, I leave aside all my problems. You will not believe. My wife curses me for that. But I'll go and attend my student's problem or my friend's problem. That is second. Then if anybody else is waiting, I'll support. And last comes me. This is value system. Last priority. And then I'll tell you, when you have done such generous things in life, when you have been so noble, you have no problems. All your problems get sorted out. God takes care of you. It is so simple. You just try. The education system today, theory vis-a-vis practical skills. I would just advise the teachers sitting here and those who want to come into teaching system, develop practical hand, develop good skills. Everything theory is available on Google. Once upon a time, we never had books, we never had a Google. We had to work ourselves, prepare notes. Now everything is readily available, just readily available. What's not available is skill. So those who do not have skills, those teachers would say our institution did not have, our teachers did not have. Don't think like that. Now is the time. If you want to have, you can train yourself now. I don't mind learning as a senior citizen at this age, anything new. So update yourself, skill yourself, whatever age you are in, and you will be in demand, you will be required. And pass on this skill to your students. Students respect only those teachers who have skills. Sense of belonging. This is very important. Management, government, leaders, top bosses, I'll just say that you have to keep your employees happy. The employee should feel this is my institution. This is me. This is like my family. I'm not doing a job. I'm working for myself. Such should be the sense of belonging. I'm happy, the moment I landed in Mysuru, there was a volunteer, there was a teacher. I'll not like to take names because there are many, many volunteers. They were waiting for me at the station. They were keeping track of my train. They have taken me to the guest house. Till reaching here, I am taken care of. This is sense of belonging. The volunteer is not the organizing secretary, but he feels this is my conference. This is my institution. And this sense of belonging needs to be inculcated. Every individual is different and has unique set of talents. Let me tell you one more thing. I'll tell a story also. No student is bad. Every student sitting here, believe in yourself, have no complexes. God has created you that way because God wanted it and He has created in the best possible manner. You do not know your strengths. You know your weaknesses. Just nurture your strengths. Know yourself. Every student is different, unique. And development of strong teacher-student bonding. I am surprised when my teacher says, one colleague says, "Sir, when I am teaching in first year, students are nice, they are fresh, they respect me. When the same batch goes to second year, they don't even look at me. They don't even wish good morning." This is the scenario. If you don't teach the class students, they no more teachers. There is a need for a strong teacher-student bonding. Even if the student has passed out of the institution, students should have confidence that if I approach this particular teacher, he will support me, he will help me out. And teachers should have this kind of bonding that yes, my student is my priority. See, how should be our training? Our training should be such that graduates have versatile personality together with moral values. We cannot have excellent engineers, doctors, lawyers, pharmacists unless we have good human beings. We need to have good human beings first. That's important. Now, what is innovation? I'm coming to research part now. I want to make you all scientists. So let us understand what is innovation, what is discovery. If what all you want to become a scientist, you understand the story. I am going to tell you a small story applicable to the girl sitting there, boy sitting there, youngest student, backbencher, the duffer student should be motivated listening to the next part of this. Innovation is just thinking out of the box and implementing the idea. The process of translating an idea into a device or a service which is beneficial to the society is innovation. For example, if I visit this campus and if I see a new kite or a new bird, I am seeing it for the first time. I'll show to my friends, see, nice blue bird is there. This is innovation. It's already there, but nobody had seen it. I have seen it, so that is innovation. Now, what is discovery? Reverse ho gaya. Finding and spotting for the first time is innovation, and creating and producing or designing something new is discovery. If you are creating something new, discovering something new, synthesizing something new, manufacturing something new, that is discovery. And you need innovative nature to be either a scientist or even innovative. Innovative nature distinguishes between a leader and a follower. Everybody wants to become a leader here. Now, what is the difference? It is innovative nature. You have to be different. You have to think out of the box. Now, what is motivation for research? I'll tell you the students, young B.Pharm students sitting here. You get a doctoral degree. You develop problem-solving ability. You have intellectual joy that you have done something wonderful. You'll be serving humanity. You will be creative. You will be curious, and you can impress everybody. Yes, see, during Corona period, India became a great country because we discovered vaccine in 8 months. When we could do it in 8 months, we can do it. That was necessity of mother of invention. Your life was at stake. There were so many deaths occurring in each family. Therefore, the vaccine came. Entire world was working. America, USA, Germany had excellent facilities, but we did it. We did it first. They had excellent facilities, but we did it. They had more deaths. We have more population, but still because we wanted to do it. We wanted to save our life. These are the stages. We can identify a potential drug, natural source or a synthetic, preclinical testing, animal toxicity, clinical trials, long-term toxicity, FDA approval, a patent. Then this is a long process. I don't want to discourage you. You all are going to become scientists if you want to. Or get in touch with me. I'll make you a scientist. Blind screening out of 10,000. This is what I was taught in 1970-80. Out of 10,000 potential substances, only one becomes approved medicine. And it takes 10 years and $1 billion US. It did not cost 10 years when a vaccine was invented. Things have changed. We have so many wonderful things now. Provided you can become a scientist, provided you want to become. If you don't want to become, nobody can help, you know. One student rings me and tells me, sir, I could not reach Mysuru because I did not get reservation. You will not get reservation 24 hours before. You should plan it well in advance. If you want to do a thing, if you love your work, you will enjoy each day. See, I did not work a single day during my 40 years of service. I did not work a single day. But you heard my biodata, having more than 500 publications, patents, and whatnot, and students all in big places. Because I enjoyed my work. That was fun for me. I was enjoying morning time, evening time, dinner time, holidays, Sundays. Wonderful. I'm enjoying. It's fun. Be passionate. It's not how we live, but how much we live for others is more important. And true love is unconditional. That's what is essential. I'll not go into details because the bell has rung. I'll quickly come to the innovation and the scientist, how you are going to become. These are the criteria. Just focus. We need an innovative step. Never fear to be crazy or eccentric. Every idea that is accepted today was rejected once upon a time. It was considered a foolish idea, but today it is well accepted. Once upon a time, when we were having no mobiles, if somebody was told that you could go on terrace, you can leave the state and yet you can be in touch, we would not have believed. A simple idea can lead to a great invention. One student was allocated to me as in this institution for her MPharm second year. MPharm second year student, by lottery system, she is to work with me. I am her guide. And I get a phone call that, sir, I have met with an accident. Sir, I have injured my leg and there is a pain in the back, so I cannot come to lab. I said, fine. But sir, I am happy that I am tagged to you and I want to be a great scholar, a scientist if possible. Yes, you can. And she rings me up. She is on hospital bed. Doctors are taking care. Her femur bone needs to be operated. Screws, rod need to be fitted. She cannot stand in the lab. And I tell, you all are in much better conditions. I tell you, you can do it. I'm telling you a real story of Guru Jambeshwar University, Hisar. I'll show you the photograph soon. See, creation of anything novel. You think if something great is to be done, if one has to become a scientist, he needs a lot of intellect? No, he doesn't need any intellect. Newton was thrown out of the school, you may be knowing. Someday I'll tell you. You need a lot of experience 30, 40, 50 years of experience. No, you don't need experience, you don't need intellect. Yet you can become a scientist. Then what is that you need? It is attained by inner drive arising out of passionate need. Inner drive, भाई मौत हो रही है, वैक्सीन चाहिए, 8 महीने में वैक्सीन आ जाती है. Just inner drive, and the girl had inner drive. सर कुछ करके दिखाना है जिंदगी में. मैंने कहा 12 महीने में का रिसर्च होता है, 4 महीने तो अपने चले गए हैं, 8 महीने रहते हैं, उसमें से 2 महीने थीसिस लिखने में भी लग जाएंगे. M.Pharm is a time bound course, and now we already have 6 months. And in pharmacology, you need to have IAC meeting and animals and several problems. Failure is a part of innovation. Remember this in mind. And perhaps the most important part, you need to fail. If you are failing 10 times, you are likely to succeed. A new animal model for detecting painkillers. I asked her, बेटा कब आओगे लैब? सर कैसे आऊं? अभी तो पीठ में बहुत दर्द है, पैर में बहुत दर्द है. मैं शाबाश, your project is decided, you are working on pain. We do not have good analgesics because we do not have animal models to screen analgesics. क्या मॉडल है एनाल्जेसिक का? बताइए. टेल फ्लिक टेक्निक, ये कोई मॉडल है? You put the tail of a mouse or a rat on a radiant heat model, or you keep the animal on the hot plate. ये कोई मॉडल नहीं है. You are torturing the animal. That's why let us discover a new model. Just once you recover, come back. No, sir, give me some literature work. I gave start writing an article on various types of pain. She starts writing. She knows what is throbbing pain, what is neuropathic pain, what is migraine. All kinds of pain she knows. Gives me a phone call. Sir, I'm feeling better. What is the next assignment? Sleeping in the bed, doing all literature survey. Google is available. Everything is available. Okay. Study all the pain models available in literature. You should know merits and demerits of all the models. She knows all the models. 2-3 minutes more. If you desire to be creative, you need to be in love. You know, she was in love. And she said, the moment I come, I'll do wonders. She comes to Animal House, we discover M model. I say M because the most powerful analgesic is morphine. Now what is this model? Instead of heat, we put ice. There is an ice tray at the back. You just see Perspex box, M zone, ice tray, transparent wall and mouse. We have a Perspex box, everybody knows. A unit organ bath or any cognosy chamber which you use. And we put ice below. There is an ice tray. Now we are keeping the mouse on the ice tray. No torture, no heat. What will happen? It will not be able to tolerate the cold for a long time. It will fly, it will try to go out. And we constructed M zone. M zone, see now you see the mouse, it has gone into M zone. So endurance time is increased. How long it can sit on the tray. Simple idea, no extra facilities required, nothing special. We cannot hold ice for a long period. Animal cannot sit on the ice tray for long, and it jumps. Measure the endurance time. Now this model, we checked with the established analgesics. We took narcotic analgesics, non-narcotic analgesics, and it worked. We compared with the existing models, Telflick technique and hot plate and all that. It worked better. So now I have a model. Let's file a patent. I studied patents. It has a unique thing. Before jumping to the M zone, it assumes a flinching posture. This is nowhere in the literature. It shrinks its body. Enhancement of endurance time and flitting or jumping to M zone. Advantages, it's a simple and cost-effective model. There is no punishment or torture. Currently marketed medicines can be detected. New medicines can be identified. I'll explain one day. It has excellent face validity, construct validity, and predictive validity. See, success is not about sudden accomplishment of a grand invention. It is doing things slowly on day-to-day basis. This student, Dr. Monu Yadav, MPharm student, secured distinction in MPharm. When the examiner came for a viva was, and she explained her M model, a senior pharmacologist from a national institute. What was his comment, you know? You can imagine? M model, doesn't stand for morphine. M stands for Monu, the worker. M stands for Milin, the supervisor. I did not know this. I did not know this. Coming to the last, these are the consequences of social degradation. Rampant corruption is there everywhere. Criminal activities, kidnapping, rapes, drug trafficking, cyber crimes, materialistic mindset, disobeying the elders, self-centered approach, dishonesty, blatant lies, domestic violence. When you are in the middle of an argument, there is an argument between friends. Do I wish to win the argument or I want to be happy? Decide. If you want to be happy, leave the argument. See, it takes two to quarrel, but only one to end the quarrel. This is Saptapadi during marriage. You remember, we take 7 steps on rice. We take 7 फेरा across Agni. क्या हमने ये सेपरेशन के लिए लिया है? क्या ये डाइवोर्स के लिए लिया है? We'll stand by each other. We'll support each other in tough circumstances. We'll be together at all times. Now the remedial measures, coming to the last slide. Parents need to monitor the activities of youth. You need to monitor what they are doing. Moral values as a subject in curriculum, even in higher education, it's required. Strict control over social media. Depositing mobiles from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. There is no business of mobile, you know. In most of the industries, they are not allowed. You have to deposit them. Now, why not in educational institutions? 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. when you are here for studies, deposit your mobiles. This is a remedial measure. You'll find it tough, but you have it after 6 o'clock. You do urgent things. See, have an attitude of gratitude. In life, you will meet 3 kinds of persons. Those who will build you up, like parents, teachers, who have no influence on your life. Be grateful they have no influence. And there will be those who will pull you down. Be thankful to all of them. Because those who pull you down make you stronger. They test your endurance, your patience, and you learn to fight. Tough times don't last, but tough persons do. No matter where life takes you, always pack a positive attitude in your bag. Cosmos energies support your efforts and make impossible things possible. Coming to this last slide. देखो, छल का फल छल, छल का फल छल, आज नहीं तो कल. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your wonderful speech, and it's always fun to listen to you. It's a wonderful experience to just listen to you on moral values and maybe kind of education system, whatever you speak on, including science and pharmacology. Thank you so much for being here and giving us a wonderful insight, sir. Due to paucity of time, we are not accepting any questions. Pardon me for that, sir. But anyhow, all are encouraged to discuss with sir during lunch hour or maybe later. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much once again.
Right. I'm here for 2 days. I'm here today, tomorrow, and day after. Anybody has any questions? It will be my pleasure. So thank you for patient listening. I see students entering and all the benches. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. It was a wonderful session. It's our pleasure having Professor Milind Parle sir with us today. I request sir to accept a small token of appreciation, and I request our chairpersons to honor our speaker with a memento. Thank you, dignitaries. May I now welcome the speaker of the next section, Dr. Srinivas Patnala sir, Faculty of Pharmacy, Rhodes University, Grahamstown, South Africa. On the topic Translational Research and Pedagogy, a transformative approach to experiential learning and science communication through Socratic education. I request a speaker to please occupy the seat on the dais, and I request our chairpersons to introduce our speaker of the session.
Good afternoon. Now we are having a wonderful session from Dr. Srinivas Patnala. He is the Faculty of Pharmacy, Rhodes University, South Africa, and he has authored numerous articles in peer-reviewed scientific journals, and he is a professor of pharmaceutical analysis at KLE University, Belgaum, I think, isn't it? Earlier, previously. Deputy Director, Basic Sciences Research Center, mentoring postgraduate students at Rhodes University. His experience spans around 30 years in quality control and quality assurance and research and development. He is a consultant faculty for the United States Pharmacopoeial Convention 2017, ad hoc expert for the World Health Organization on analytical monographs. He has a very deep understanding of drug analysis. Can you have Dr. Srinivas Patnala, your presentation now?
Yeah. Hopefully I'll do it.
So you have only 30 minutes. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon all. Sorry for the delay. The conferences are like this generally. So without wasting much time, I'm going to start. You want to talk in this? Okay. This is also. Okay, without wasting much time, I'm going to start my topic. One is translational research, the other one is pedagogical research, and then the science communication. So my focus as a researcher has been in the field of Socratic learning. So if you want to understand education per se, you need to understand what are these definitions. The definition for a translational research is consequential methodologies that are applicable for human health, subsequently. That's the definition. Whereas pedagogical research is a learning approach where we disseminate knowledge and the augmenting the reading skills and the vocabulary. That's where the teacher and student interactions begin. And to a large extent, we follow a lot of educational processes other than the satsang that you always generally listen to in various conferences. Okay? So now the didactic learning is a traditional classroom lectures wherein teacher typically serves as the primary source to impart information. Student listens. That's it. What happens after that? GOK, IDK. That means God only knows, I don't know. Okay. And then the epistemology is the theory of knowledge acquisition. How do you acquire knowledge? That's critical. So you need to know what is epistemology. These are, I don't know if you all know these words, but it will be nice if you write it down and look for them, more information about them, and understand the processes. So we need to know what is the philosophical understanding of nature, origin, and its limits of human knowledge. And then there is something called ontology, where we determine if something exists or not. That is ontology. And we classify their existence, which is, in fact, it is there. In axiology, we need to know what is value or worth of something that signifies the logic. Ultimately, whatever we do in our scientific domain, we have to understand that it ends with something called QED. How many of you know QED? Anyone in the audience? You can raise your hand if you wish to. Sorry? Okay? QED. No. It's a Latin term. You can look up. It's an acronym actually. It's an acronym. So what is the Indian part of the system? Indian, we also have this education system. It's not like everything the West has given us everything. Indians had it before. It was there. It will be there. It will continue. So in Indian epistemology is Anumana, Shabda, Upamana, Arthapati, Anulaptai. So you need to understand these things if you want to actually have a confluence of these educational systems and then continue with something called the Indian system, which is based on Upanishad. The etymology is simply called sitting nearby, the Guru. So our mindsets and our DNA is wired according to Upanishads, but then the kind of education that we undergo is Prussian. You understand? The Prussian system is one teacher will be there, all class will be standardized to the same thing, always. So that's how it works. And the reason why you have a Prussian system, I don't know why this figure didn't appear. So it was a very nice figure, image that it would have been nice if it was displayed. So basically in Prussian system, the teacher teaches to understand the written instructions and announcements devoted to the state, which is now applied in the classroom in Indian system. That's the tragedy of our education in India. But then we also have to understand there was a fantastic news clipping in Hindu which says, unfortunately the computer is not with me to expand, and you can click on the yellow part if you can. Just click on it and you can move it up if you wish to. And by the way, I have stopped using PowerPoint about 20 years back. I don't use any PowerPoint. I don't like it, it's limiting. So I don't like anything that is limiting me. So I use some various other techniques so clearly there are factors that affect learning. So in any field there are disagreements, yes. But then the poll that was taken is if you have a lecture which is about 45 minutes, you only have about 10 minutes of attention. In some cases, on a morning lecture or an afternoon after meal lecture, 4 minutes. That's it. So now the question is, you are enduring my lecture before the lunch. So I know you are hypoglycemic at this point in time. So let us see how it will work out. So what do we do to encourage students to understand and sit through these lectures to really evolve and think about how all these didactic learning, the epistemology and the pedagogical and the application of translational research, everything happens. So we need something called scientific temper. So what is scientific temper? Actually, it is a part of our Indian constitution, but I don't know how many of you know this. Scientific temper has a chronology of events where in 1958, Government of India established this. And then eventually in 2011, there was a declaration, but it's not an act or a regulation. That's the unfortunate part. I don't know why these images are not showing up. Sorry? Oh, that's sad. So I think first and foremost, for an educational point of view, you should not be limited. You should have you are literally dying and living out of, living in hope rather, using PowerPoint. That's the problem. I think no, I doubt it can happen. It has to download. Because the reason why I ask this is, I know a lot of people recycle PowerPoint presentations. Whenever I give a presentation, I start from the dot. Every slide is new. And I sit and prepare at late hours in the night where it is quiet and I understand how these things are done. And I collect information during the day. So going back to the situation that we cannot improve is something that the government itself has a clear mandate in the declaration that we need to have a cognitive step in modernization of the scientific values of the general population. So, but then the scientific temper is not to believe or accept anything but the truth and think logically. That's the criticality of this declaration. And then we should have the questioning attitude and reasoning, majorly believing on facts and relevant evidence. And then the typical, wording of a political discourse is we need to have humility, freedom, courage, and fearlessness and humanity. And then how do we promote scientific temper is based in this constitution. The fundamental duties is to develop scientific temper in humanism and the spirit of inquiry to reform. The reformation that takes, through the transformational and translational research is the point that the government is trying to make. And then to further that, this is the declaration of the scientific temper as per our Indian constitution. However, in ancient times, we had something very similar called Tarka Shastra. How many of you know Tarka Shastra? We don't practice that anymore, but Buddhist monks practice it even today. My sincere request is go to Bailkuppe, stay with them for it. You'll watch 2 or 3 monks. You know what they do? They do this. Whenever there is a, they do like, they come closer to each of you and then tell me why this is not good. That is Tarka Shastra, which again defines the same thing. It's the creative thinking, critical thinking, and the academic success. You need to know how this dialectics, philosophy of dialectics. You know what is dialectics, by the way? It's an argument. How many of you have read Amartya Sen's Argumentative Indian? How many of you read books? So in that, how Ganita Shastra, is developed based on arguments is well written in that. Have a look at it. So the validity, the final thing is nature, source of knowledge and its validity. So validation of any aspect is critical and very important. Please understand that. I'm just rushing through so that, I'm not delaying you for your lunch because a creative mind, there is no right or wrong. Every action is an experiment. Every experiment yields fruits of knowledge. I mean, generally, I was a bit curious most of my life. If there was a switch in any of the corridor, I would just flick it, see what happens. 2 things can happen. One, there will be light, or one, there will be a tapat. So either effect will always be there. So don't be scared or, be fearless in terms of, experimenting. Unfortunately, again, the image is missing. So now the Socratic learning per se is thinking about thinking. So how to think? The thinking part in Socratic method is There is continual probing questions. Unless you question, you will not go further. How many of you believe? Raise your hands. How many of you believe? Do you have belief? Do you believe in what you do? Do you believe? The basic problem is if you are a scientist, you should not believe. The reason I put that across is, if you believe, that means you have accepted, and that's the stop. That's the full stop for your thinking. It's period. You're believing it, right? There is no need for you to further think about it. So, until unless you explore the idea of underlying beliefs and shape the students' view and their opinions. So this is something, unfortunately, again, the fantastic images are lost. I'm sorry about that. I think next time when I'm invited here, I'll come with a PowerPoint. I'll try my best to stick to the PowerPoint schedule. Okay, the system of teaching is teacher-centered. There are two systems. I'm not going into the broader classification. Teacher-centered, student-centered. So in teacher-centered, just-in-time teaching, that means 8 o'clock is the class, you come in, you teach, ta-da-da-da-da, tell the notes, and you also tell what will appear in the exam, bye-bye. And student will forget about the lecture, but he'll note those two questions that you mentioned, and he'll prepare for that. He'll come back to the exam, write that, and he'll be the best student. That's the normal case. The interactive lecture is a little bit more, because a senior professor is there, he will, cause a lot of problem to me. So I better sit down, like how Milind sir just told, all of you come in the front, they all popped up. So obviously, he has that command, so you do it. If I ask, you will say, okay, I'm going by the door. So that was happens. In student-centered, the case-based learning, that means you take a particular case and you question about it. And you rigorously inquire why this is done, how it is done, and what's missing, what is the benefit. So all these questions can be asked. And then comes the experiential learning, wherein you have this capability of Socratic coaching, which is also known as meutic teaching. You have to also look up this particular word, you can look up in your thing. It's a very beautiful way of teaching things, meutic teaching and Socratic teaching. And so I'm not going to go, because of time restriction, I'm not going to go deep into this. But then, what brings us here, the reason why I stand here and the reason why these conferences are conducted is, this is a major problem. Major problem, because people, publish anything, right, left and center, and everything is claimed. And, we are the top contributor for bogus journals. And of course, in general, the faculty members have very little time for research, because they are obviously, the structure is teacher-centered. The teacher has to teach this. APTI gives you, what is that, hours of teaching. You stick to that rule. You have to go through that. Unfortunately, the other side of the world where I come from, today morning, if I see a headline about chemistry, I can teach that in the class in the next 10 minutes. And I can ask questions in the exam based on that. I have no restriction. I don't have a syllabus, period. If I feel, one of my students got caught with the alcohol breath meter, because in Grahamstown, it's a small town, it's the simplest way to describe Grahamstown is, if you go around the town once, you meet the same person twice. It's such a small town. It's a beautiful university, it's one of its kind. And the beauty is, there is a connection to India and Rhodes University. Herbert Barker, who is the architect for the Indian Parliament House, the round one, is the same architect for roads. So he actually designed Roads University. So even today, we don't change any part of his architectural outlook. So we still keep the same. But why I have put this person is, it's actually nothing to do with, Palikov. But then if you can see some of these instruments behind him, these are HPLC kind of instruments. Believe it or not, I worked in the industry for about 15 years. If I maintain an instrument like that in the industry, I'll lose my job. I just told Dr. Roy and Dr. Harsha the other day. I was with them last week. So I'll lose my job, as simple as that. So we don't have the kind of systematics to do laboratory experimentation. Believe it or not, even today, in my laboratory, when I go back, I still clean my own glassware. I don't allow anybody to touch my glassware because I don't trust anybody. I don't want to have a problem and then go look for why that problem happened. I keep my own instruments, even my pipettes, even my graduated pipettes, electronic pipettes, digital pipettes, I don't give it to anybody because they are all calibrated. So I do an experiment, I sequence the design and I go about it because I want to do the experiment. I'm not doing PhD on an HPLC. I'm using an HPLC to do my PhD. That's the way my students work. So, but then we have to also give it to this gentleman, mostly dedicated to this particular generation. You love this guy. You know him. Anyone knows him? So, in case, you miss this piece of information, take a photograph, keep it in your room, do puja every day. Because without that chap, you will not be doing any kind of lectures or write any journal articles. So now, most of the problem that in India faces is p-value research. Everything is a probability, not a proof, there is no proof that there is no QED in the system. So we all decide that, we have a statistical value, but the p-value is somewhere here, but then the actual value is somewhere there. So we have a problem here. And then the problem is because the fundamental concepts, the person who is working on fundamental concepts is sitting here, supporting this entire edifice of statistical significance. That's the problem. If this fellow fails, the entire thing collapses. So you need to know where you are placed in this research edifice. Or, there is this play called Jenga. Jenga? Do you know Jenga? So when you play Jenga, you will understand why I put this. So now the problem is, with animal experiments, of course, they run for a few days and then they sit and relax. So you never know. But then, the time is up. A protocol hai. And then because you wrote in the protocol, India is the only place where you write a protocol that you are going to prove that protocol and give results according to that. We don't generate data, we generate results directly. I was surprised actually when I came back to India and I looked at these aspects. Sorry to be criticizing you or any kind of not in any kind of bad way, but in general this is my angst. I'm expressing my angst rather, why this is happening. How can you prove in your protocol that you are going to arrive at this conclusion 3 or 4 years down the line? It's impossible. It's crazy to do that. Because the reason is we have hypothesis myopia. That's the reason. So you can read up. I see these journals are from Nature. It's I don't know if you can read. These are Nature journals. I didn't write it. These are from Nature. So the option is our, the choice. Number one option is to put blinkers. Blinkers. You know what is blinkers? The second option is either hide the data or hide yourself. Okay? So the solution is to find a path. Are you ready to step out of the beaten path? So leave your shoes and walk. Feel the world, feel research and walk. Okay? So any identification? Do you know this lady? This beautiful lady? Without her, I wouldn't be talking in this mic. Sorry? She is an actress in Hollywood who also invented the Lamar frequency because her name is Heidi Lamar. And without her, those guys will not exist and will not be billionaires. You understood? That's research. And why did she do the research? She didn't do it for getting money. In World War, I think, II, it was a requirement that, somehow to get the frequencies transmitted to, the instruments, she had to develop it. I don't think she got any money for that. So now, be creative. You need to be organized instead of clutter. Unfortunately, this image is out. And the basic thing is come out of your comfort zone. I know it is very nice to sit where you are and fiddle around and try to come to the growth zone, which is critical for you. Set new goals, conquer objectives. And how do we do this? Intention, behavior, habit, practice. I think Professor Parley has already gone through this. He has given a good review of how to go about research. And moving forward, easier said than done. You will always think, this man is talking about it because he has been given a mic and a stage. So, I'm putting that, basically you are asking me, okay, you are talking, itna gyan diya aapne, what did you do? Means me, okay? So, what I do is research, practice, where I fit in, bridge the gap. That's my research, okay? So, bridging the gap, of course, I will not go through all this. So, finding a research gap, God help, how it started, how it's going. Within 2 years, you see the Raptor, Raptor? Raptor? SpaceX engine, that's what it is. So that's how the research design works. So these are some of the research gaps. I'll give you the thing. But then, you need to read a lot, you need to write, you need to have a lot of coffee and repeat the same things. Because you can see my tie, this caffeine. Caffeine? My tie is caffeine. Okay. So finding a new article is impossible. Like I told you, if you have, in my research view, if you have more than 100 or 150 references in your PhD thesis or MPharm thesis, then there is no need to read it because it's already done. For example, my PhD thesis had only 80 references, 80. I mean, even that I had to bulk it up because only 2 were bulk. For example, I worked on this particular, sorry, I have to take the time with your kind request. So this is the timeline of one of the project that I worked. When I say I worked, that's only me, not my students, okay? So it started it started some centuries back. The Khoisan tribe, Khoisan tribe? Have you seen Gods Must Be Crazy movie? You have that small chap, that little chap running around, They are the Khoisan tribes. So the issue was, they found that particular plant working on giving them a high, when they take. So 1896, it goes there. And then there was a huge gap at, the point like this. So what happened is, although the reported concentrations of alkaloids, no one bothered to estimate them. So they left that gap, and the guys, Smith et al., even though they tried a system which is mostly nothing to do with how to analyze these things. So they left a huge gap there. So what I did is, understand these molecules. I'll just go through one small chemistry of this. So for example, if you look at these structures, the molecular weight is same, right? These two structures. And then if you look at these structures, they're the same structure. So the difference is, these are known as isobaric compounds in chemistry, right? Isobaric. These are epimers. So you need to understand chemistry, and then when you look at these set of alkaloids or the chemistry of these molecules, they are very closely related, and they are just off by about 1 or 2 molecular weights, So it was a very good system to work with. So what we do basically is, we don't sit in the laboratory expecting anyone to have. So me and my Professor Canfer, so he is now 83, so he's still active, he's still right. So we go out into the wild, we collect a lot of plants from the areas that are located, and then we catch up with the botanical classification of this plant and botanical identification. Then this is my own photograph, wherein I am mimicking the same thing in the real time. So the beauty is, what happened during my research is, if a plant has this kind of a vein, the straight 3 veins, alkaloids are present. If the plant has this meshy vein set, no alkaloids. I mean, just imagine, just that small difference makes, so much about secondary metabolites that we talk about. So then I went ahead doing all the isolation myself, and then I did the crystallography. And then after crystallography, I did the basic HPLC, we go to LCMS, and then from LCMS we move to tandem mass spectroscopy, and then the NMR of these compounds. Of course, they have been sold by various companies, but one interesting part is, this one is scaletium tortuosum, used in potential alternative for depression, was for a degree of arts, Bachelor of Arts. So you can see, there is no restriction in other countries, where even a student who is doing Bachelor of Arts can do scientific research and carry on. So now the bottom line is, your imagination should not be limited. The simplest way I tell my students and my mentees is, if you tell the truth, you don't have to remember anything. Simple. There is no better thing than that to teach them. So focus on research that adds value. And if you have good data, clean data, and the data is well presented, what happens generally is, you can see, received November 3, what is this? I can't reach. Revised November 8, accepted November 9. The data is good. People will listen to you, people will appreciate you, they will accept you and keep you there. And you can't come down from there again. That's very important, okay? This is one of my own papers. So make sure your data is good and you do good research and enjoy your research, more important.
Yeah, give a big round of applause to Dr. Patnala, please. Sir, we apologize for restricting you from your time because of the schedule. So thank you so much, and I appreciate your kind of commitment, because being not well, he could be able to come here and deliver the lecture. Thank you so much, and because of the paucity of the time again, we'll meet him for any discussion during lunch hour. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you for an informative session, sir. It's our pleasure to have Dr. Srinivas Patnala, sir, with us today. I request sir to kindly accept our small token of appreciation. I request our chairpersons to do the honors. Thank you, dignitaries. We extend our gratitude to Dr. Anantnayak Nagappa, sir, and Dr. Harsha V. Hegde, sir, for chairing the session. May I now request Dr. Jinesh B. Nagavi, sir, HOD, Pharmaceutical Chemistry, Sarada Vilas College of Pharmacy, and Dr. Sachindra L. Nargun, sir, Principal, Nargun College of Pharmacy, Bengaluru, to hand over a small token of respect to sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, dignitaries. I request the participants of the oral presentation to kindly gather near the stage. I repeat, I request the participants of the oral presentation to kindly gather near the stage.
I now welcome Dr. Nandish Sir, Professor and Head, Sri Siddhaganga College of Pharmacy, Tumkuru, and Dr. Mrutyunjaya Sir, Professor, Department of Pharmacognosy, JSS College of Pharmacy, Mysuru, to evaluate the oral presentations. I now request the first participant, Mohammad Yusuf Malik Damani, to propose their presentation.
It was directly copied to the USB itself. We didn't, so we got it deleted.
I repeat, I now request the first participant, Mohammad Yusuf Malik Damani, to propose their presentation. Guidelines for the oral presentations. The presentator will get 5 minutes for the presentation and 2 minutes for questions.
Shall I start? Very good afternoon. As the time is constrained, let me start directly. My topic is optimization and evaluation of Jatropha curcus seed extract ethosomal gel formulation for antifungal activity using central composite design. It's not working. Yes. So the central composite design used box Benken method. 3 square formula was used, response surface methodology. 3 levels and 2 factors. 3 levels from low to high, and 2 factors, 2 independent variables that we used were concentration of phospholipids from 100 to 300, and amount of ethanol was from 7.5 ml to 21 ml. And there were totally 13 points. In that 8 were the factorial points, and 1 center point and 4 axial points, and 2 independent variables and 2 dependent variables. 2 independent variables were concentration of phospholipid and volume of ethanol, and 2 dependent variables were polydispersing index and entrapment efficiency. Totally we got 13 runs. In that we carried out only 9 runs because 5 were similar. Next. Okay. So the response is effect of alcohol and lecithin on polydispersity index. So these here we can see the counter plots and 3D graphs. From here we can see that as the concentration of alcohol increases, the PDI will decrease, and as the concentration of lecithin increases, the PDI decreases. This is the effect of independent variables on the dependent variables. Then next slide please. Then this is the response to that is entrapment efficiency. Again the counter plots and 3D graphs. Here we can see that increase in the concentration of amount of alcohol increases the entrapment efficiency, whereas increase in the concentration of lecithin decreases the entrapment efficiency. Next slide please. This is the composition for preparation of ethosome suspension and gel. Here I used Jatropha curcus seed extract. Its concentration was same in all the 9 batches, as well as the concentration of cholesterol was same. The lecithin and ethanol concentration was varied from 100 to 300 mg in case of lecithin, and in case of ethanol it was 7.5 to 21 ml. Okay. The ethosomes were prepared by the cold method. First lecithin and Jatropha curcus extract were mixed. Then ethosome suspension was prepared. Then the ethosome suspension was incorporated into carbopol gel, and finally ethosome suspension gel was prepared. Next slide please. Yes. The characterization of ethosomes. Here in the first part, in the right corner, we can see that FTIR, the graphs of the two Jatropha carcass seed extract and ethosomes, we can see there is no overlay here. Though this is the overlay graph, there is no, no overlay. We can see the extract and ethosomes. Ethosomes are successfully incorporated in this lipoidal membrane, and successfully the ethosomal gel was prepared. Then we have the zeta potential and size, particle size and zeta potential. The particle size was found to be average was 154.1 nanometer with PI value of 0.368, which is ideal for the topical formulations. And zeta potential was minus 29.6 millivolt, again, which is the ideal is plus or minus 15 to 60 millivolt. Mine is minus 29.6 millivolt, which is ideal. And the suspension particles, they were uniformly dispersed, almost spherical and unilamellar. Next slide. So these were the PDI entrapment efficiency, drug content uniformity, drug release and pharmacokinetics profile of the formulation. Here we can see the PDI varies from 0.368 to 0.983, and the optimized formulation, that is 8th formulation, had the PDI of 0.368, entrapment efficiency of 81.8, and drug uniformity was 94, and it showed sustained release at the end of 24 hours. Next slide. This is the data of pH, viscosity and spreadability. Again, we can see the pH is almost near to the skin pH. It varies from 6 to 6.3, and the 8th formulation and 4th formulation have shown excellent and good spreadability and viscosity. This is the GCMS and LCMS data. To brief it up, I have found that palmitic acid.
You can go to summary.
Okay. Last slide. Yes. This is the last slide, sir. Antifungal activity was carried out on Candida albicans by disc diffusion assay, and minimum inhibitory concentration was carried out. To conclude, my extract contained palmitic acid, which was found in both GCMS and LCMS, and the antifungal activity is mainly because of palmitic acid, to say it at the molecular level. And some of the concentration have shown better activity than the standard fluconazole. Even molecular docking was carried out. In molecular docking, the dock score of hexadecane decanoic acid and fluconazole are almost same, and in some of the concentrations, the activity is better than the standard in both the cases, in disc diffusion assay as well as in this minimum inhibitory concentration activity. That's it.
It's the short time, you have put all the data very nicely. Thank you. So, which formulation is the better?
8th formulation, sir.
8th formulation.
Totally 13 batches were supposed to be prepared. I prepared 9 because 5 had the same concentrations and all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I please request the evaluators to note the code of the presentators. I now call the next participant with the code APSECON25 HTT OP01. I repeat, APSECON25 HTT OP01. Rakesh.
Good afternoon. So good afternoon. Myself Rakesh S.A. I am a research scholar from the Parallel Institute of Pharmacy and Research, Vadodara, Gujarat. So today's my topic is the development and optimization of topical nano formulation of Adena cardifolia, bark and leaf using a central composite design. So this is the one drug which has been previously made into the solution combustion method. Particles of nanoparticles has been characterized. That's characterized nanoparticles will be incorporated in the topical formulation. So with that concept, I made it to the hydrogel formulations. Why? Because the metal oxide nanoparticles it cannot be incorporated in the creams or any other dosage form. For that purposes, the hydrogel is the concept has been incorporated. So the diffusion of drug particles slowly takes place in case of metal particles. For that purposes, a concept of hydrogel has been established, where that the polymer is a carbophile 934, and the synthesized nanoparticles has been incorporated with a cross-linker of triethylamine and the sodium hydroxide. So with this, these are trial batches which has been done in the laboratories, varying concentration of carbopool and the varying concentration of drug, and the sodium hydroxide is as a cross-linker as well as a pH modifier, and the sodium benzoate used as a preservative. And initially with the dependent factors of MIC, viscosity and pH has been carried to all the trial formulation. Out of this, the 1% concept of the carbopool has given the better results with respect to the viscosity as well as the pH. And these are all the images of the trial batches of hydrogel has been incorporated. And adenocardifolia leaf nanoparticles UV spectrum has been established, and similarly the standard plot has been carried out. So with this standard plot, we are going to study about the drug release studies which is already incorporated in the hydrogel. And before that, a minimum inhibitory concentration has been established for the nanoparticles of both the leaf as well as the bark with respect to the standard tetracycline as the standard. So in that 50 mg per ml of the leaf nanoparticles and 60 mg per ml of the bark nanoparticles has given the better results of zone of inhibitions. With the central design compositor and design expert software, as per this it gives a 13 runs where the 5 center points and the 8 axial points is the concept, having a 2 factorial designs of 2 independent and the 2 dependent. So initially with the coded concentration of minimum of 0.50 and 2% of carbopool, and steering time of 5 minutes up to the 20 minutes has been coded with the lowest and the highest. When went to the design expert software, it has been given at the varying concentration of all the 13 formulations. That all the 13 formulations that will be studied for the drug release studies by using a diffusion cell setup. In the diffusion cell setup, it will be having a donor compartment and a receiver compartment. So in the donor compartment, whatever the hydrogel has been, that will be added, and the receiver compartment use the phosphate buffer. So at the continuous stirring, what the nanoparticles present in the hydrogel, that will be slowly diffuse it. At every interval, to a 0.5 ml of interval will be taken out, and that is for the drug release studies. Totally up to the 12 hours of duration, all the hydrogels of 13 formulation has been studied. And these are all the graphical representation of the hydrogels with respect to the drug release studies. So for in the design expert software, for ANOVA, there is a quadratic model, shows a significant value for my model and giving a less than p-value of 0.005. And this is a graphical representation. As the carbopole percentage go on increases, similarly with respect to the drug control, drug release increases, but at certain increase in the carbopole, a slight declination of the drug release has been found out. Similarly with respect to the steering time. And this is an optimized area for the validation checkpoints of own formulation. 3 random points we need to check it out, and all the 3 random points with respect to the drug release and with respect to the drug entrapment has been scheduled. So by this it shows a 71% of drug release has been given obtained by the drug from the adenocardifolia leaf nanoparticle. Similarly, it is studied for the bark nanoparticles also, where it gives the UV spectrum at 282 nanometer and the standard plot. Yes, sir. So, similarly of all the 13 formulations, drug release and drug entrapment has been studied with the diffusion cell setup, and parallelly, what the particles was obtained, with slightly increase in the carbopole percentage, a drug release has been established. As the increase in the carbopole, slightly the declination of the drug release has been achieved. So, by this, what the optimized area is obtained with respect to the drug release and the drug entrapment, what the drug release studies in case of bark nanoparticles, they are in the 64%. So the final conclusion is adenocardifolia leaf nanoparticles having a better drug release and the drug entrapment compared to the adenocardifolia bark nanoparticles in the hydrogel concept. So this is my concept.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now call the next participant with the code APSECON25 COL OP07. Mamata Ji.
Good afternoon, one and all. Myself, Mamata. I'm presenting a topic over here, exploring the soluble epoxy hydrolase inhibitors for Alzheimer's disease, a preclinical evaluation of the Nigella sativa. So just I'll brief it about the Alzheimer's. It's a neurodegenerative disorder, which is including So it includes several hypotheses such as cholinergic hypothesis, amyloid beta, tau hypothesis, excitotoxic hypothesis, oxidative stress, and apolipoprotein hypothesis. Whatever the study plan we have followed. The objective of the study includes to explore the therapeutic potential of promising herbal extract of Nigella sativa with soluble epoxy hydrolase inhibiting activity by inducing A beta model. So first we have assessed the behavioral assessment through Morris Watermaze olfactory recognition test and then buried pellet test, followed by bioimage and the histopathology. I'll just brief about the herbal extract. So Nigella sativa belongs to a Ranunculaceae family, and the species Nigella sativa, so it's also known as black cumin or black seed. So it contains the various chemical constituents like fixed oils, volatile oils, thymoquinone, and then the beta-systerol, linoleic acid, and all those things. The medicinal properties it bears, it acts as anti-obesity, anti-hyperlipidemic, anti-inflammatory. So the extraction was done by cold maceration process. So coming to the induction of the Alzheimer's disease, we have done through the amyloid beta. So the mouse were anesthetized by using a ketamine and then glycine cocktail combination. So the amyloid beta was administered to the right unilateral lateral ventricle of the brain. The bregma is taken as the reference by using a stereotaxic apparatus. So followed by the behavioral assessment was done in order to check the spatial learning and the memory. The Morris Watermaze has been done, and to check the olfactory recognition, buried pellet test has been done, and to check the aversion technique or aversion. So we have followed the step down latency. The results are as follows. If you look at the escape latency in the Morris Watermaze, so if you compare with the disease control and the drug treated, so there is an increase in the escape latency in case of disease control, whereas the drug treated group has shown a decreased escape latency. So when you look at the olfactory recognition test, so the disease control group has shown a increased latency to unbury the pellet, whereas the drug treated group has shown a decreased latency to unbury the pellet. So coming to the step down latency, so here we can notice that the drug disease control group has decreased a time, the escape latency. The step down latency has been decreased in the disease control when you compare with the drug treated group has been increased the step down latency time. So this is the result analysis. So followed by that, we have conducted the bioimage by using a sodium fluorescence. Here we can find it out the blood-brain barrier intactness. So if the Alzheimer's disease or the neuroinflammation is there, then there will be a disturb in the integrity. So whereas here you can see that...
Last 1 minute.
Yes, sir. So in the soluble epoxy hydrolase, that means standard drug, there is the stain, the indication of the stain, the intensity of the stain indicates the integrity of the blood-brain barrier. So Nigella sativa high dose, it is equivalently behaving as a standard, and then whereas the disease control you can see that, so there is a high intensity of the drug, that means the blood-brain barrier integrity has been disturbed. So when you compare with the normal and the standard. So Nissel staining, it will use to check the neuronal count. So in case of normal, there will be they will be indicated in the terms of scores. So it is 0. Whereas in the disease control, you can see the high number of apoptic neurons and then degenerative neurons. Whereas in the standard drug, score is 1. So if you compare with the treatment group, Nigella sativa high dose is equivalently mimicking with the standard. So coming to the Congo red, it is used to check the amyloid deposition in the new brain. So in disease control, you can see there will be a more number of amyloid deposition, whereas in the normal it is nil. In the standard, only few can be seen, whereas in the low dose it is only 1, high dose it is nil. So high dose it is having a prominent effect. So finally, what I can conclude, whatever the extract, whatever juice and Nigella sativa, so it is showing a promising neuroprotective effect. So by looking into all the details. Just want to acknowledge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I call the next participant with the code APSECON 2025 PPH OP07.
Glad greetings of warm afternoon to one and all. Myself Mohammad Arsalan, student of 4th Family Sarada Vilas College of Pharmacy. I'm here to present a review on Whispers of Microscopic Realm, Chronicles of Human Metapneumovirus. Okay, we'll go to the brief introduction to human metapneumovirus. As far as we know, it has come from avian metapneumovirus, which is of course come from the avian. Okay. Now, it was discovered so far in 2001. Nowadays, we can see it very much in the human metapneumovirus was discovered in 2001, making a significant milestone in our understanding of respiratory illness. It is directly come from the respiratory syncytial virus. All over us, it causes respiratory problems closely related to respiratory syncytial virus, and the structure is consisting of single-stranded RNA virus with distinctive structure. Its genome is enclosed within the lipid envelope, studded with the glycoproteins that facilitate the attachment of the host cells. Later on, we'll focus on why glycoproteins are related here and how we'll give the treatment based on the glycoproteins. Epidemiology, if we move on to the epidemiology and the prevalence of the HMPV, according to the statistical data, 5 million people are died, like morbidity and mortality is about 5 million, and females are more prevalent than men in HMPV because it majorly affects the immunocompromised patients. That is why it is more prevalent in females compared to males. If we go to the global impact, HMPV infections are widespread globally, affecting individuals of all ages. Generally, it affects children, infants, and older age people. Of course, they'll be immunocompromised. However, young children, particularly those under 2 years old, are disproportionately susceptible to severe illness. Seasonal trends are it majorly occurs during winters, during the month of December, January and all. In summers, it won't occur. Like a kind of coronavirus, okay? Because it acts majorly on respiratory problems. HMPV infection typically peaks during all the fall and the winter months, coinciding with other respiratory illness like influenza and RSV. However, sporadic outbreaks can occur throughout the year. Geographic variations, if we go there, it is worldwide. We can see everywhere nowadays it's reported. Many cases in the news, if we see, many cases are reported of HMPV. Due to the climatic condition, pollution density, it occurs more. If we go to the transmission and pathogenesis of HMPV, respiratory droplets, if suppose someone is sneezing, they have to cover their nose. If the respiratory droplets are spreading through the air, of course that will transmit the HMPV virus, which is primarily transmitted through the respiratory droplets, released when an infected person coughs, sneezes, or talks. These droplets can travel short distance and can be inhaled by others. If in direct contact with the infected person, that may also lead to the transmission of the infection. Viral replication. This will replicate easily. It attaches to and enters host cells, primarily those lining to the bronchi and bronchioles. This includes the pathogenesis, where we can say that due to the risk factors and all, if the virus invades inside the body, that will attaches directly to the bronchi and the bronchioles. The virus then replicates within the cells, producing new viral particles. Now we'll move on to the clinical manifestations of HMPV. Mild symptoms we can see as a common cold, runny nose, cough, sore throat, then low-grade fever, which may subside within 5 to 7 days if the patient is not immunocompromised. Severe complications which we can see is in some cases, particularly in infants, young children, the elderly and immunocompromised individuals. Okay. Bronchiolitis, a common complication. Then, due to pneumonia, it may occur more, it may become severe. Now, diagnostic approaches includes nasal swabs, molecular testing, serological testing, which may also include PCR also, okay, in molecular testing. Now we'll move on to the treatment and management of HMPV infections. We can give supportive care, oxygen therapy, antiviral medications, hospitalization. Antiviral medications like ribavirin, which is a gluconucleoside. It is from before beginning they were using ribavirin, which inhibits the replication of the virus. Then hospitalization will also lead to the deprivation of the HMPV infection. If we move on to the emerging trends in current research, vaccines are there, antiviral drugs are there, diagnostic tools are there, and epidemiology studies. Exposure, flowchart HMPV infection, progression which we can see here, outcomes, symptom, viral replication, exposure. From exposure, it will lead to viral replication, then leads to the severe symptoms. It may comes an outcome like bronchiolitis and pneumonia complications. This is the last slide. Prevention strategies and future considerations for HMPV. We should maintain hygienity. That is the main thing we have to include here. That is hand hygienity. We have to wash our hands then and there. We have to use sanitizers, how we used to use in Corona and all. Covering coughs and sneezes. While coughing and sneezing, we have to cover our nose and mouth so that it should not spread through the air. Vaccination is important, then public health measures. Thank you.
Thank you for a good presentation. I have only one question.
Sure, sir.
Not question, it is the data what you said. There are 5 million deaths.
Kind of, yes, sir. Throughout the world.
What is the time frame?
From 2001 to till the date.
You please check the data again.
Sure, sir. I'll
5 million means 50 lakhs.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you please check the data. I don't think that's a big number.
Sure,
please
sir.
check that.
I'll go through it. Thank you.
Thank you. I call the next participant with the code APSECON25 PPH OP02. I repeat, I call the next participant with the code APSECON2025 PPH OP02.
Next slide. Hello. 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 Good afternoon, everyone. I am presenting a case of vancomycin-induced flushing syndrome under the guidance of Dr. S.M. Biradar sir, BLD SSM College of Pharmacy and Research Center, Vijaypur. This is a systematic view, abstract, introduction, case report, discussion, and conclusion. So in abstract, vancomycin-induced flushing syndrome, previously referred to as Redman syndrome, is a non-IgE mediated hypersensitivity reaction often associated with the rapid infusion of vancomycin. Vancomycin-induced flushing syndrome is not an allergic reaction. It is a non-mediated hypersensitive reaction by a rapid infusion of vancomycin. Then characterized by pruritic, means itching, erythematous rash predominantly affecting the face, neck, and upper torso. VFS may also present with systemic symptoms such as tachycardia and tachypnea. While rapid infusion rates are common precipitant, VFS can occur even with slower infusion rates or after several days of treatment. It can rapid infusion as well as it can occur with a slower infusion rate. Vancomycin was introduced in 1970 by Dr. E.C. Cornfield from soil and is naturally produced by Amycaloptes orientalis is a bacterium. It is produced and it is derived from Streptomyces orientis is being widely used for the severe gram-positive bacterial infection. Vancomycin flushing syndrome, also called Redman syndrome, is caused by vancomycin through direct and non-immune-mediated histamine release from mast cells and basophils. The amount of histamine released is generally related to the dosage of vancomycin infused and the rate of infusion. Next, this is a case report. A 2-month-old male patient presented with a diagnosis of bronchopneumonia with pericardial effusion, characterized by fever, breathlessness, cold and cough, vancomycin-induced Redman syndrome, diffuse flushing due to histamine release. Histamine is a chemical that is produced by immune response. It is an allergic reaction and are associated with tachycardia and tachypnea. The patient experienced flushing of face and flushing of chest. On January 3rd, 2025, the patient developed tachycardia with a heart rate of 236 beats per minute. After the discontinuation of vancomycin on January 4, 2025, the heart rate decreased to 132 beats per minute. Suspecting vancomycin-induced Redman syndrome, the drug was immediately discontinued. With prompt discontinuation of this medication, the patient flushing of face recovered after 1 day of discontinuation, including the reversibility of this adverse effect. So, Redman syndrome is a hypersensitive reaction associated with vancomycin use. RMS is caused by histamine release from mast cells and basophils, not by IgE antibodies. It results in symptoms like rashes, itching, redness, often on the face, neck and torso. RMS is an anaphylactic reaction, not an allergic one. So symptoms usually appear 4 to 10 minutes after starting the infusion or shortly after completion. Modern vancomycin formulations are purer, but RMS can still occur due to histamine release. The occurrence of RMS is idiosyncratic and not linked to the vancomycin concentration levels. So, hospital protocols recommend infusing vancomycin slowly over at least 60 minutes to reduce the Redman syndrome risk. So, we can prevent by adding the drugs like antihistamines. Example, diphenhydramine or hydroxyzine can help alleviate Redman syndrome symptoms. Pre-treatment with antihistamines is effective in preventing Redman syndrome, especially with slower infections. In conclusion, this case highlights the importance of considering individual parent characteristics such as Redman syndrome when prescribing medications like vancomycin, monitoring for heart rate and Redman syndrome, particularly in suspected individuals, and prompt discontinuation of the implicated drug can lead to favorable outcome, emphasizing the importance of personalized patient care. Thank you.
Hello.
Respected doctors and professors, faculty members, and my fellow attendees, good afternoon to all. Myself, Alan Joseph, from 5th Pharm D of JSS College of Pharmacy, Mysuru, and my presentation is on the topic Assessment of Patient Perceptions Towards Chronic Disease in a Tertiary Care Hospital. So what is a chronic disease? A chronic disease is any physical or mental condition that usually lasts for at least 3 months or more. So they compromise the individual's physical and social functioning and health-related quality of life. So patient perception is a cognitive appraisal and personal understanding of the medical condition and its potential consequences. So one of the objectives of our study is to develop and implement a strategy to improve patients' perception towards chronic disease. So what is the need of the study? The need of the study is for the early detection and management of the chronic diseases, as it is estimated to be about 53% of the deaths in India. So coming to the methodology, the study site is the ambulatory setting of a tertiary care hospital in Mysuru, and it is a prospective study which is conducted over a period of 6 months. So the study subjects that we included in our study is patients who are enrolled or diagnosed with chronic conditions such as hypertension, diabetes, and rheumatoid arthritis. And the tools that we used to assess the perception of such patients were the BIPQ, also known as the Brief Illness Perception Questionnaire. Now, the inclusion criteria were those patients who have consented to participate in the study, patients diagnosed with chronic conditions such as hypertension, diabetes, and rheumatoid, and patients who were above the age of 18 years. And we excluded all those patients who gave incomplete responses to the questionnaire, that is the Brief Illness Perception Questionnaire. Now, the objective was to develop and implement a strategy to improve patients' perception towards chronic disease. So we conducted an extensive literature review through search engines like Google Scholar, and we checked for various methods to improve patients' perception of the disease. The most commonly found method was leaflets, and after that, we sat in ambulatory for a period of 1 month, and we tried to identify what were the different problems faced by the patient. And the most probable and the most majority of the problems faced by the patient was that there was no proper communication about the disease from the doctor or the nurse to the patient. Most of the patients, they didn't have no idea what was the disease that they were suffering from. They just knew terms like BP, sugar, that's it. They had no idea of what was the disease they were suffering from. So after addressing all these problems, we developed bookmarks and seals. So this is a sample of our bookmark, which consists of the definition of the disease, normal range, complications, and lifestyle changes. It was made both in English and Kannada for even illiterate people. So coming to the results parts, we totally had 60 patients, out of which 28 were male and 32 were female. And most of the patients came among the middle-aged adults, that is the age group of 40 to 59. Now, we could see that most of the patients who came to ambulatory were hypertension patients, which had 30%, and even those patients who were diagnosed with both hypertension and diabetes, that is 30%. Then secondly came rheumatoid arthritis, which is 21.6%, and diabetes with 15%. Now, this is a sample of the Brief Illness Perception Questionnaire, which was used to assess the perception of the patient. It consists of 8 questions, which were compared before and after, and each question had their own responses. So it was rated on a scale of 0 to 10, which means 0 is not affected at all, and 10 being severely affected. I repeat, 0 being not affected at all, and 10 being severely affected. So you could see that in all the elements, most of the elements had a score above 5, which means that the patient was slightly affected. So it shows that in some of the elements, the patient did have low perception, but in few of the elements, you could see that the score was below 5, which means that the patient wasn't affected that much. So due to the poor perception of the patients, the pharmacist's assistance in educating the patient was required. So these are the references. Thank you. Question? Yes, sir. No, we have only 3, we have done this project only for 3 months. Now still 3 more months are pending. Within these 3 months, we collected 60. Our target is 200. The 1 month that we started, we made the bookmarks. The remaining 2 were used to assess the patients, which was 60. Sorry, sir? Yes, sir. So the thing is, sorry, sir? 2 diseases, yes. So we'll assess perception of each one, and then we'll counsel the patients on both the disease, diabetes and hypertension, what are the complications it can cause and the lifestyle changes that can bring into their life so that life can get better. Yes. Sorry, sir? Yes. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello. 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 Good afternoon, everyone. May I now welcome Dr. Kiran Kumar Hullati, sir, Professor and Principal, Sagar College of Pharmacy, Belagavi, to chair the session. And Dr. Ellen Chennai, sir, Assistant Director, Government Ayurveda Research Center, Mysuru, will be joining him shortly. Let's continue the scientific session with a talk by Dr. Pradeep Singh Negi, sir, Chief Scientist, Department of Fruit and Vegetable Technology, CSIR, CFTRI, Mysuru, Karnataka, India, on bioactivities from fruits and vegetables and their health benefits. I request our speaker to kindly occupy the seat on a dais. Dr. Kiran Kumar Hullati, sir, is a professor and principal of Sagar College of Pharmacy, Belagavi. Sir's research areas include quality control studies of Ayurvedic drugs by quality design. Sir has over 57 research publications in both national and international journals, and he was awarded with Belgaum Best Teacher Award from KLE. It's an honor to have you with us today, sir. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So it's a privilege to introduce to you Dr. Pradeep Singh Negi, a Chief Scientist, Department of Fruit and Vegetable Technology, CSIR, Mysuru. His area of interest is advanced food processing, new product development, and waste utilization. His publications, over 90 publications in reputed journals, 22 book chapters, and 9 patents are granted, and with the H index of 41. He has got many awards and achievements to his career, featured in top 2% highly cited food science researchers globally in last 5 years, and Raman Research Fellowship in 2016-17 by CSIR New Delhi, Dr. J.S. Pruthi Award in 2017, Lalji Guru Smarak Nidhi Award in 2013, Professor Jeevan Singh Sidhu Award in 2007, and Young Scientist Award in the year 2004. So, I heartily welcome Dr. Pradeep Singh Negi for delivering the lecture.
Good afternoon. Am I audible? Thank you for a nice introduction. And before I start, I must thank organizers for giving me this opportunity. Only thing you will be wondering what food technology has to do with pharmacy. But if you go back to 2400 years when Hippocrates said, let food be thy medicine. So that's what we are trying to do. These some of the active compounds, some of the biologically active compounds we wish to incorporate in the food and see the effect. So whatever little work we have done on this aspect, I am going to present it to you. But before going to present actual slides, I will just give you a small brief of CFTRI. Maybe many people may be knowing it, but as a part of our extension work, wherever we go for seminar, we tell about CFTRI and what CFTRI does. Then I will come to fruits and vegetables as source of bioactive. Generally, people know it very well. You are also must be aware. Even WHO, FAO say you should consume minimum of 400 grams of fruits and vegetables per day to be healthy. Okay. But that is the one part is the nutrition, but other part is nutraceutical, what we call as a bioactive or presence of nutraceuticals in various fruits and vegetables. Then as I told, I will tell you about food application, how it can be applied in food and what all experimentation or what all you need to standardize before you can apply any of this nutraceutical or bioactive in food. Then one small slide on health benefits I will do. So if, this is our institute, which was in 1950 or 21st October 1950 was donated by Maharajas of Mysuru to Government of India to start the institute. And what we work, what is our mandate? We work on food. Any aspect of food is being done in CFTRI. So we have a processing of agri resources for value addition to enhance shelf life of fresh commodity, low cost nutritious food, then food safety, then human resource or capacity building in area of food processing. Then we support food processing industry and as well as startups what are coming nowadays. We encourage them, they can come to our campus, they can do some of their research part in our campus. So when we say we scientists, whatever scientist works, ultimately it has to be come in the technology form. This is from our website. If you go to cftri.res.in, you will find the work of scientists is converted to technology, and then any person who is interested to start food business or food entrepreneurship can contact us and can get these technology details. These are the paid technologies here, but we have free technologies also. At present, we have 24 free technologies available, which can be taken without any charge, whereas for these technologies, you need to pay charge for them. And then they can be divided in many of the different area of our work, like bakery science, beverage field, cereal field, or food machinery, fruit and vegetable technology, meat and meat science, or millets, microbiology, spices, and so on. So now coming to actual topic of seminar, already I told you know fruits and vegetables are rich in nutrients, especially what you call as a secondary metabolites. Like you have carotenoids, flavonoids, phenols, fiber, sulfites, vitamins, and because of their this special property, they are called rich in nutraceutical. Nutraceutical means something which is above the nutrition. Nutrition you can get from many sources, but in fruits and vegetables you get some of the special benefits, like I have shown you here, therapeutic values. They have the compound present in fruits and vegetables will be helpful in these orders, like they have antioxidant activity, they have anti-inflammatory, anti-proliferative, anti-diabetic, cardioprotective, anti-aging. These kind of activities has been reported in various fruits and vegetables. And the range of these compounds vary depending on the crop. You can take any crop or any kind of fruit and vegetable. They will be having some amount of phenol, some amount of flavonoids or carotenoids or fiber you may get. But again, not only compound, they may vary depending on the stage of the plant you are going to use for your purpose. Okay, like this is a simple example of tomato. So they have carotenes, they have vitamins, they have phenolic compounds, they have alkaloid compounds, and then any stage you use it, you will have the varying concentration of those compounds. So when you want to use them in food, like I told, food application, we means the our work is to apply, take those parts or those nutrients or nutraceuticals and put in the food so that it can be beneficial. Consuming that food can be beneficial. So there are 4 developmental stages when you want to apply these bioactive compounds in food. Like when you say you have to select raw material, that becomes very important. As earlier slide I told, there are numerous fruits and vegetables which have varied amount of these kind of bioactives. Then again, the stage of growth which we want to consume, which we want to use, like some compounds may be good in unripe stage, or some compound will be high in ripe stage, so you need to select those things. Once you select, then second stage comes extraction of these compounds. Okay, so how you can extract them in good quantity, that becomes very important, and good quality compounds has to be extracted. Then there are various like instrumental analysis, or you do purification and identification. Once you characterize them, then you can add them in food based on their functionality, and then that becomes the application of the particular food. Okay, so like how do you, this is simple diagram where you are going to do extraction and identification of phenolic compound. We follow these kind of methods. As I told you, need to prepare first sample. Sample may be prepared because once you take raw fruit or vegetable, that will have very high moisture content. So you need to basically dry it, and again drying also you have various kind of techniques. You can simply sun dry it, or you use some kind of tray dryer, or if you have a very valuable compound which you expect it will be getting lost during tray drying or sun drying, you can go for freeze drying, which is slightly advanced technique, but it helps in retaining many kind of nutrients and nutraceuticals. Okay. Once you have dried, then comes extraction. Again, extraction, there are various kind of extraction methods, like simple solid liquid extraction you can do, or oxalate extraction, or liquid extraction. And then you can take the help of some advanced technique like sonication or pulse electric field kind of methods are used, which can enhance the extraction rate as well as yield. Once you have extracted the compound, next comes instrumentation analysis, or sometime cleanup step also is there, where you use various technique like column chromatography or thin layer chromatography to again clean it. And then finally, to identify, you need to use any of these instruments, where like liquid chromatography, gas chromatography, or capillary electrophoresis, or advanced technique like NMR or MS can also be used for their characterization. To have any kind of functionality, you need to prove they are functional, means either they should have any one or more than one of these activities, like they may show anti-inflammatory activity, they may be antibacterial, they may be anti-cancer, they may have anti-obese activity or neuroprotective. Some of the functional activities of these compounds. Okay, we need to establish this activity by using various kind of assays. And once you have established, then there are many kind of applications are there in food industry. Like once you have a bioactive, then you can apply it in the meat industry to preserve it. You can make food packaging industry, use it in food packaging industry, so that packaging, it becomes smart packaging. Or nutraceutical industry, there is a very big market of supplements, nutrient supplement. So, and then cosmetic industry is also, there are high demand in skincare products for these kind of nutraceuticals. This is one simple example, like apple. Once you have apple, many times apple industry as well as consumers throw the peel, but apple peel, or when apple juice is taken out, the pomace remaining has very good amount of these phenolic compounds, which can be applied to many kind of industries like fish industries, bakery products, meat products, or they can be used in muffin, bread, bacon, ham, to create new kind of product, as well as to extend the shelf life of existing product. Both kind of function is does. So I will just tell you what work we have done in this regard to apply these compounds. Like sea buckthorn, I don't know how many of you have heard this fruit name. It is a kind of berry which is found in higher Himalayas, and these berries are used for making juice. So once juice is extracted, the seeds remain, means they are byproduct or they go waste. So what we have done, we have utilized this kind of these seeds for extraction of various bioactive compounds. And then we have done functional activity evaluation like antioxidant, antimicrobial, and anti-mutagenic activity. And we have got a patent for this extraction process, in US patent, which was granted to us long back. Now, in 2005, now it will get expired in 2025. Then other commodity what we have used is Garcinia. I am not sure whether you are aware of this. Major use is HCA. hydroxycitric acid, which is used as a slimming agent in our nutraceutical industry. But what we have done after taking out the SCA, we have made a process where we can get a various kind of bioactive compounds present in them. And this was granted as a Indian patent. Other major compound what we have used is, major raw material what we have used is a curcumin removed turmeric oil. Everybody uses turmeric, so you know it is rich in curcumin, which has many kind of properties. So what happens once they extract curcumin, this particular curcumin removed turmeric oleoresin remains waste. I should come here only. This remains waste, and it is used in as a fuel. It is used in same industry. But we have done a particular process of extraction, distillation followed by silica gel chromatography, and we could enrich a particular compound known as aromatic termenon, which was it was enriched in aromatic termenon, and which has shown very good antioxidant as well as anti-mutagenic activity. And this process of extraction was also granted a Indian patent. So recently we have done work on mushroom, where again, you know, mushroom, once it is available in the market, after 2-3 days it goes waste. So what we do, we use the waste mushroom, we pick it from the market and then extract polysaccharides. Mushroom polysaccharides are becoming very famous nowadays because of their prebiotic activity. And then we have proved it this from waste mushroom, we could extract the catechin and then check its prebiotic active potential. Okay? And then we have used. So what I'm trying to tell you that it is extraction process which you need to follow a proper extraction process, and then it can give a desirable result to get a desirable activity. Similarly, we have done, I'm not going to show you in detail what all activities has been done here, but from many other byproducts, what you call as a waste or byproduct like pomegranate rind, citrus peel, cinnamon fruit, mango sap, Delania rinds, Suriname cherry, Kadamba fruits, wild apple fruits, spine gourd, wax apple, wild banana, all these has been used to extract these bioactive compounds. That's what in my first slide I showed you a range of fruits and vegetables which can be used to obtain these nutraceutical compounds. So once you get these compounds, the question comes whether everything, whatever you are getting, you can add in the food product what you are going to develop. There is a simple scheme by ILSI that 2003 they have given, where they have given just a kind of decision tree which can be used to decide whether the compound what you have extracted or what you are going to use in food is safe or not. So in this decision tree, it is like it's a kind of questionnaire. You need to ask question. Depending on your answer, yes or no, you go to the next step. But if you see, if it is your answer is C, then you need to do only 1 to 5 these kind of activity. If your answer is 1, then you need to do only these 4 studies, which is very common. Like you need to know specification of the product, details of the source, evidence from previous human exposure, then extent of use and estimated intake. That is very common thing. And even your answer C is, you just need to add 1 extra detail of technical details of processing and stability. So if you see this, based on this decision tree, there is one very common ingredient worldwide. It is used grapeseed extract, which is extracted from grapeseed, and it is allowed by even FDA also. And then it can be used in a range of products, and level varies from 0.01 to 0.08%. You can see it has been used in beverages, it has been used in breakfast cereal, fats and oils, frozen desserts, fruits and vegetable juices, carbonated and flavored drinks. So many places it is used because it is very safe to use. It's and this is used as a preservative to extend the shelf life, or it's antimicrobial use is there in various food items where it extends shelf life. So based on that, there are many other compounds also they are extracted and used. Then this is in our, means in Kerala only, Kencor company, which uses natural antioxidant from various plant sources. They call it Oxycan. Similarly, other company Extenfo, which uses natural food product, means again preservatives as well as colorant from different fruits and vegetable or spices. So once you have a compound, then comes the how means you are going to develop a food product based on these compounds. Like ultimately the first thing is to know the market, whether it is being acceptable or not. So you must be hearing or you must be listening like or reading telling that consumers are demanding either no preservative or naturally preserved product. So that becomes base for your using these compounds in foods. But comes challenges where most important is natural requirement of the product, because what happens if you compare these kind of bioactive compounds with natural compounds with synthetic preservatives, they tend to be used in higher concentration. So sometimes that can affect the required natural property of your food material where you are going to add it. Second thing is cultural requirements, because sometimes because of your cultural differences or cultural things, people may not prefer it. Third is you need to prove the specific health benefits, what for you are going to use it, then what kind of delivery format you are going to use to give to the customer, okay? And then processing, and processing is inherent because you need to process if you want to keep it longer. And then marketing form, again, it has to go to market to reach to the consumer. So I will just tell few slides, only 4 or 5 slides on challenges, how we have done. First thing is natural requirement, because as I told, if you are going to use in a product, sometimes product characteristic may change because of higher use concentration of these natural bioactive compounds. And this is more about the means what you say, misidentification, contamination or adulteration problem in natural materials. And sometimes natural material quality will vary from batch to batch or season to season. Those things has to be taken. But ultimately what it says that raw material must be produced using good agricultural practices, and nutraceutical manufacturers should follow good manufacturing practices to get a consistent quality. When we talk of cultural requirements, this is not related to fruit and vegetable, but just to impress upon you that consumer willingness is very important. We started working on the insect biomolecules. Then when we did a consumer survey, even very highly educated people also were not ready to consume it. Finally, if you say willingness was coming, no, it was 66%, only 30% were ready to win. So just to tell what is cultural requirement, if you want to develop any new product, you need to break this kind of barrier also. And then health benefits, you were more familiar with these kind of assays where once you extract a compound, you need to establish its activity by various in vitro assay as well as in vivo assay. So we have tried to develop an anti-helminthic jelly candy using fruits and like Suriname cherry fruit and spine grout fruit. We have extracted the active compounds from them, then characterized them and checked its anti-helminthic activity in C. elegans model as well as other parasitic H. indica parasitic nematode. And what we found is, here are the pictures of the candy. So this was showing good larval motility in vitro system. Similarly, another student tried to work on orange juice with the banana bioactive, especially wild banana, what we have selected, because it was richer in the bioactive compounds. And we could find it is, if you compare this E and A, the A is the control sample and E is our compound in cancer-induced cancer-induced cells. You can see both are giving similar kind of result. Okay, BS-induced cancer, it was able to prevent. Then other form, then when you talk of delivery, how we are going to deliver, this is again, I'm showing you the market sample, which based on our work, where we have tried to preserve the muffin using natural antimicrobials. You can see both synthetic preservative and natural preservative are equally effective. And this technology was taken by Healthy Cakes and Foods Bangalore. Sir, 1 minute. This is again when we add our bioactive extracted from Garcinia or Peltophorum or turmeric. They have a good antioxidant activity, and antioxidant activity we measure in terms of carryover property, we say, and BHA is the standard. So you can see it was almost similar. Other thing, we wanted to use this natural compounds as a colorant for pasta. Then this, we could get those, not only color, but we could get benefit of mineral, fiber, carotene, lycopene, and betalain in the pasta. And this technology was taken by Hindustan Liver Unit. So there are, there is a great market for these kind of functional foods. You must have heard during COVID times, there are many kind of new products with these kind of ingredients being introduced, like turmeric milk was one of them. Then there was from real active juice you could get. So to conclude that, there is, people are more informed about how nutrient affect them from healthcare perspective. So there is great demand for functional foods in India. Fruits and vegetable component impart several health benefits to consumers. However, the product formulation, which I was discussing in between, is very important. Not only product should be stable, it should impart the health benefit also. Then again, regulation, because still many of the products are not permitted by FSSAI. So, and earlier they had some 106 or 108 ingredients. Now they have reduced it to 92 ingredients. So that's what again has to be worked out. Finally, I just want to tell you, it is any bioactive or anything you take, but balanced diet is very important to get the benefits. I want to thank different directors of CFTRI, my students, collaborators, and funding agency. Thank you very much. If you have any question, I will be happy to answer.
Thank you, Dr. Negi. So indeed, this particular topic is very much essential, and especially in pharmacy, we are neglected this fruits, especially.
Yes, sir.
They're working on that one. So prevention is better than cure. So most of the fruits and vegetables, so naturally they give immunity to our body, and we can fight over the diseases before they attack us.
Yes.
So thank you very much, sir. If there are any questions, I'll allow one question. Okay. I thank Dr. Pradeep Negi for his wonderful presentation, and wish him all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was a wonderful session. May I now request our chairpersons to kindly honor. It's our pleasure to have Dr. Pradeep Singh Negi sir with us today. I request sir to kindly accept our small token of appreciation. I request the chairpersons to hand over the memento and honor our speaker. I'd like to welcome Dr. Ellen Chennai sir. Dr. Ellen Chennai sir is the Assistant Director, Government Ayurveda Research Center, Mysuru, and was awarded with Best Doctor Award in the year 2023. Sir is specialized in Kaya Chikitsa. Sir is specially interested in the field of diabetes mellitus, hypertension, cerebrovascular diseases, degenerative neurological diseases, rheumatoid arthritis, infertility, and psoriasis. Sir has over 40 publications in both international and national journals. It's an honor to have you with us today, sir. Welcome, sir. I now welcome Dr. Mahibub Muhammad Sa Kanakal, sir, Director, Center for Pharmaceutical Product Development, Faculty of Pharmacy, Quest International University, IPO, Malaysia, for a session on navigating research from academia to pharmaceutical industry and commercialization. I request sir to kindly occupy the seat on the dais, and I request our chairpersons to introduce sir to our gathering.
So it's a great privilege for me to welcome Associate Professor Dr. Mahbub Mehdas Kanakkal, Director, Center of Pharmaceutical Product Development, Faculty of Pharmacy, Quest International University, ICOB, Malaysia. His special interest research areas are quality by design in pharmaceutical product development and commercialization for synthetic entities and standardized herbal active ingredients. And his experience, total experience is 19 years in pharmaceutical academics, administration, research and industry. Teaching experience, pharmaceuticals, pharmaceutical technology, quality assurance and novel drug delivery system. He received many awards, so to mention few, Gold and Silver Award at the Malaysian Technology Expo MTE 2021 Intervention and Innovation Awards in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Silver Award at the Melaka International Intellectual Exposition, Melaka, Malaysia. We welcome you, sir.
Can you give me the slide change? Shall I, sir? Yeah, very good afternoon to all the respected seniors, professors and directors, and the students and the staff of Sarada College of Pharmacy. First of all, I would like to thank you to my very good dear friend, Dr. Joshi, to inviting me for this conference, which was due for almost 20 years. I've been promising and been cancelling for various reasons. Finally, I'm here today. And there'll be a big challenge in front of me right after the delicious lunch this afternoon to manage the audience and manage myself. I'm already hangover with the food, but I'll to the title of the conference and also the title of my talk today. I would like to admit in advance that I'm just a small peanut in front of all of you guys, big professors here, a long research in academia, but mine is a little bit different. I hail from industry initially, and a different kind of industry. Again, some of you know about this when I take you through these slides. So without further delay, I'll try my best to correlate what is the objective of today's conference and with this topic. So basically, now I am looking after a center called Pharmaceutical Product Development, which look after a variety of pharmaceutical products. Our parent company called Keynote, which has branches all over the world, more than 45 countries. The Malaysian HQ is in KL, Kuala Lumpur, and the global HQ is in Hong Kong. Okay, so we are the only academic institution or academic arm to that organization, and we park this center under that institution. Okay, so this is something just to share with you guys. Initial my FR&D career. These are few products which are very close to my heart when I begin my industrial career. To name, one of them is doxorubicin, cytotoxic injections, nanoparticle injections. This is how I begin with my industry, working in cytotoxic setup, BSL-3. And these are the few things just to quickly highlight, been incorporated in my mind from beginning. One example I would like to say, Dr. Joshi was my roommate. I was first year student, but he was a master student. In the first year itself, he convinced me I must do PhD. So that time already full stop. So we have to do the PhD in the first year B.Pharm. That kind of environment I came through. And somehow or other, my supervisor in masters, only novel drug delivery system, no other projects, forced. Somehow I put into the companies, industries like CFL, Cipla, and so on. If those era in 20 years ago, if you know, whoever works in Cipla survives any part of the world. That was a trend. But now, those gone days, later on Reddy's took over, I think Rendex is for some time. Now no more. The Reddy's is the same tagline it carries now. So however, these are a few things which I went through. Bilayer tablets, all together 23 or 24 projects at that time. So among them, these are very close to me. He was again forced, I was a junior. I'm telling this background not to show what I did. I have something strong point to link today about navigating academia research to commercial. Something very strong point, which I will take you through. I was forced, called ragging. I was ragged. When I go to industry, work on the cytotoxic. The API which I work with 3 mask with all the precaution, when I come out of the FR&D lab, your nose burned like somebody put the red chili in your nose. That's how I used to feel when I come out of the lab. But somehow I was forced to do that. Juniors, okay? So something you gain when you compromise or you go through all this tough time. So these are the work which I started. I'm very proud that to share these are the products which I have developed when I was working. Of course, I left the company in between, but the majority of the work I did this, including we go for patent, process patent, 3 drugs for anti-HIV drugs. And this is, I think, you guys are very familiar, something to do with liposomal amphotericin B. Again, as a pharmacologist or chemist, you know, it is something which is going to rupture your RBC when it goes into your blood. So your job is to make sure this is delivered safely and targeted to a specific systemic fungal infection. I think it's become very popular post-COVID-19, coronavirus, when black fungus started coming in. This product was 100% controlled at time by local authority, so that product is not misused or sold in the black market. That's how it came to my mind that this product which I was working. Okay? Something wrong? It's not changing. Now, before I go to the slide, just now I was saying there's something strong point. During masters, novel drug delivery system. All the seniors, novel drug delivery system. Entered the industry, novel drug delivery system. I was reporting directly to the R&D head, R&D manager. She was looking after the novel drug delivery system. I'm reporting another head, topical, again novel drug delivery system, which I did not mention here, about lignocaine liposomal topical cream. For certain reason, we were like trying to make a generic version. With that kind of background, if somebody, just those days or young age, somebody say, I'm working on the conventional tablet, I'm working on the syrup, we look down. We look down at them. Hey, you're doing conventional, simple job, undergraduate also can do. That is how the mindset was those days, after going through all this thing. But when I received a scholarship from a government university in Malaysia for my PhD, so I go with the same mindset that I will do something to novel drug delivery system. I proposed. In fact, the project was so good, but unfortunately we couldn't secure any kind of research grant for that. Reason could be anything, that project would be too hi-fi or not necessary for their national interest. It doesn't matter, but it doesn't go through. But instead, I started with something else, Pharmaceutics, where we try to design oral dosage, again targeting something to pulsatile drug delivery. But again, it's a very simple thing. In a layman language, it is a delayed release. But however, my journey began to tell, forget about I'm doing novel drug delivery system. Forget about even conventional drug delivery system. I was forced to work on herbal drug delivery system because the fund came for that. The project was there. Of course, I was in a big shock at that time, coming from that background and suddenly switching to herbal drug delivery, where a lot of academic projects were going. And I remember I used to argue with Dr. Joshi in my room that who cares for these herbal drugs? What is the global market? What's the demand of this when a lot of synthetic drugs are straightforward? Why we need to go through all these multi-complicated herbal drugs? So my fate ended up to this project. But however, that's where my future was written. I understood there are many major new ingredients coming in the market, and they've been scientifically verified from the source of herbs, which is in a big demand. And commercialization of this traditionally proven herbs is a huge market, which I started looking into because I was forced to do that work, because the fund came for that. And then inconsistent supply chain, value-added products from tropical herbs is a big challenge where something to be addressed to produce the products. And in general, in Malaysia, it's a very rich subtropical, tropical country, a number of unexplored herbal drugs. You know, they have a very big biodiversity in the world and very rich nature which offers a number of medicinal plants. And they have few of them in global market. Just to take you quickly, what is the projected the future of this botanical or herbal drugs? If you look at currently around, I'm just taking previous 2-3 years ago data, around $151 billion USD. By 2030, expected to be 347 billion USD. So from this, you can imagine that how much the market, how big is the market, okay? Just quickly to give throughout my career, since then, I managed to secure around 50 million USD of grants and a variety of grants from the national and international sources, and some of them still active, around 5 million ongoing now, okay? And some, as usual, academic outputs. But what major things is this thing? During this journey, we are not bothered about how much publication I do, how many postgraduate students I graduate. It doesn't matter for my portfolio. What is this? How much money I'm bringing, how many IPs I'm bringing, how many products I made, how much revenue I generate for my company. So similar to the industrial setup. But now, I am as an academician, researcher, plus looking after this. So this is a part and parcel. I have to do this. Without this, my yearly KPI won't move on. Okay? So this is something in last 15 years I manage. Of course, we have one say, if you can do a project purely in pharma industry for 3 months, in academia, it might take 1 year because of the setup and the speed of the research there and the resources. So these are a few things I just quickly take you, especially for the students here, that when I enter this herbal product development and commercialization, I encountered a number of challenges. It was not that as simple as I thought, that it's very straightforward and like a conventional dosage forms. So it begins with, start from active, which we call it extract. It could be a complete or it could be isolated compounds. It can be anything. And then comes to, as usual, when you have a sensitive, critical, active pharmaceutical ingredients, As we know, herbal-based actives are mostly chromophores. They fall under critical type of material. Either they are photosensitive, moisture sensitive, heat sensitive, or the combination of that. So that make a bit challenge here in the formulation development. And then, of course, when you have the challenge in formulation, you do have a challenge in manufacturing because it continues in a small scale and a large scale. And then, not stopping there, we have a big challenge in regulatory affairs. You can do wonderful research, you can make wonderful products, but can you register that? Can you overcome the requirement of those legal requirements and some other factors which I will address along the way. Just to take you a simple example, this is locally known as tonka ali, or scientific name is Irocoma longifolia, used for improvement in male sexual performance, bone health, and stress reduction. If you look at the costing of this, when you start from the crude root of the tree until phytopharmaceutical, how drastically the cost changes. The value keep on adding. This was one of the projects which I work on. So my role was how to make it economical, stable, and with minimum possible manufacturing challenges. So like I mentioned earlier, if you know your active properly, you don't need to struggle to resolve it later in formulation and manufacturing. You resolve it at the beginning. Understand that? What is the issue? And settle it at the beginning. So your journey of formulation manufacturing become very simple. But however, these are the few things, like I mentioned about hygroscopicity, photosensitivity, thermolability, physical, chemical properties as usual, and the biggest challenge is the yield. Always, this is a factor which comes for herbal drug development. The yield, where the yield is very small, is it worth to spend money, time to do research on this? Rather, we focus on the mainstream synthetic drugs. Sometimes it is yes, because you don't find something which is in allopathic, a combination of nature which provides us. If you study it properly, standardize it properly, it is worthwhile to spend time. So some of them, this is the project which I started in my PhD work. It was sold for $1 million USD to one company, local company, for its anti-cancer properties. Of course, it comes in the standardized herbal extract with the multi-component claims. And further, we have a challenge to register that product. I will share you along the way. Very hygroscopic, you can see that. Different condition, how does it behave? Another notorious extract, rosal extract, highly antioxidant, for certain other reason. Later on, when I started my career as a consultant, industrial consultant, I started working on this, which is again notorious extract and another notorious formulation, which will be effervescent formulation. Already hygroscopic, and I have to prepare effervescent product out of that for whatever the market reason, market need reason. The down one is the tonka ali, which is also, you can see, is a very hygroscopic. Now, just to share something, navigating the academic research to the commercial, sometimes it is intentionally with objective that what you want to achieve. Sometimes it is accidentally. You contribute to the commercial outputs. So I will share one simple example. The same extract, I was trying to establish its physicochemical properties, which later on we register, we receive a patent for this. What happened was, I was doing SEM, this was those days, 2012, and when we look at this particle, we further go for X-ray diffraction, EDX, and we took a section of that. If you notice here, the amount of potassium found, the elements found in this extract It's quite high. Of course, it doesn't make big difference to me as a formulation. Not significant difference for me to produce a stable formulation, but it resolved a big mystery for my clinical team. The parallel team which was doing clinical trials at that time, whenever they give this product, this extract, the CVS, cardiovascular patients, the parameters were upside down. So they couldn't find what is the reason. And when I share this data, this is the reason where the potassium was playing a role for all those parameters going out of their expected outcomes. But however, product was already registered at that time with TGA in Australia, but not actually registered in Malaysia because of a regulatory challenge, which I share you in short while. And this is something to demonstrate on confocal. Even we do for a normal conventional dosage form, it applies to your herbal because behavior of those natural materials changes when it goes through the process. So this also one of the project which we resolve the capping and all. Yeah, I'll just take you very quick. This until here it was about the lab. From here, something to do with scale up, manufacturing at a large scale, different challenges. Okay? So here, if you look at this machine, which talks about multi-stage of extraction, to cut short story, we customize this machine brought from Australia, which has a capacity of 500 liters, and it can recover the solvent 80%, it can recover the essential oils, it recovers the compound what we are interested. So we did a pilot customization, then we go for large scale, and followed by coupled with spray dryers and so on, freeze dryer and so on. So maybe I'll just speed up here because of the time limit. This morning, our respected senior speakers was talking about interdisciplinary research. I totally agree with that. How we can enhance each other's research. One simple example I will give. When we are working on these tablets, we establish a QC parameter, a regular QC test. Apart from what we do regular is the animal model for anti-angiogenesis study. Each batch what we take in, each batch what we produce, it go through this testing. Then only we'll get a QC clearance to ensure that multi-component of this herbal drug really works. It's not just on paper to show that the chemical constituents are there, it is released. No, we make sure it works. And we propose when to the regulatory authority, they were surprised. Why you're going beyond the line what we don't need? But we want to make sure that our product quality is maintained. So that is the anti-angiogenesis study, regularly can be done. On retinopathic assay, there is another one on the in vitro ex vivo model. So time doesn't permit me to take you through. So these are a few things, awards and products which are in market, both in Malaysia and Australia, and some awards which we secured all throughout this year. My journey of research in herbal drug only. And this is something along the way chip in to establish a scale-up pharmaceutical production pilot plant, which were relying on the other source. But eventually we make our own. Now we have a full-fledged pilot plant, which I'm heading, where it's full of GMP standard. It is our teaching factory, research for both postgraduate and internal external grants. So full-fledged of solid dosage form, along with sterile dosage form also. We have one more. This is a solid, and this is the sterile one, which we have, according to the Ministry of Health. I'll just skip off and I'll just take an interesting point that none of the job, or we say in Hindi, कोई काम छोटा बड़ा नहीं होता, ठीक है, सब एक है. So that's what my mindset changed when I come to this, that none of the work is small or big. Just to show you, you're working on this plant, somebody come and challenge, marketing people say, this looks so weird, color is so weird, the product is so weird, dark brown, blackish. So we don't want that. We want something more elegant look. So never mind, we try to improvise the color. We try to decolorize it. What happened is, our all active compound disappear. And not only that disappear, the activity also gone. So moral of the story is, when you want to make herbal product, you have this kind of challenge that the marketing people may not like it. So you need to address it scientifically, if can. If not, you have to work on that elegant look also to make a proper product. Again, these are a few patterns, these are a few products. To just conclude, just 2 minutes, sir. To justify the topic given to me and to justify to the conference title, that identify your research gap of industry, academia, and understand the physical, chemical behavior of those extracts, APS or whatever. So if I continue with my mindset that I only will do novel drug delivery, nothing else, so I will be kicked out long time ago from that country. Or probably I end up somewhere else with something other job. But I prosper with a lot of money coming in until 50 million USD grants from various agencies. We completed the clinical trials. We established the botanical drug concept in the country. At those days, 2021, until 2021, there are no botanical drug guidelines. It was only in US FDA. So when we want to register under that category with a claim, we were denied because there is no guidelines. So we approached the Ministry of Health with the concept. We proposed the whole FDA guidelines, and eventually in 2021, it was introduced in Malaysia. Under that guideline, we went for clinical trials, both in China, Charles River, and as well as in India, for various cancer claims. So with that, get the grants, whether it could be private, whether it could be industrial collaboration, or even national within the university, start with that gap and upgrade that to a prototype. Like I say, people might, during my supervisor in PhD, they say, you're crazy, you want to introduce this concept of botanical drug to this country where there is no guidelines, which is only in US FDA and other countries. He don't only introduce the guidelines, we work together, we make the product first on the US FDA guidelines. We did the clinical trials, completed a phase 3. When we want to register, we knew that they go back to US FDA. And it was registered under that guideline by introducing those guidelines into the first time into the country in 2021. So once you have that prototype products, increase your value by prototype or with IP, innovation, competition awards, what we did it, or even a publication, but protecting your commercial data. That is another altogether different topic to talk. Identify potential industries for commercialization, contract manufacturing. So people think that, oh, in fact, 2 days ago, somebody called me and they said they have planning to set up a GMP plant in the university to produce certain XYZ product, and how to go, whether to start with liquid, semi-solid, or what. I said, don't need to do anything. Just do research, go for contract manufacturing. Tons of industries are waiting to take your project. You can save a ton of money, and once you establish your product in the market, you want to make your own, go ahead. So identify those potential, and sometimes the accidental findings can save you or contribute millions of dollars, such as troubleshooting. Just one example I share with you about potassium in the extract, accidentally, which I found it. Of course, nothing to do with me, nothing benefit to me commercially, but in large, for the company, it saved thousands of dollars. They changed the label claim, they changed the leaflet, they included that this is not for patients with the cardiovascular issues or with precautions to be taken. So clinical team handled that. But my contribution was just to sharing the data. So with that, thank you very much for patiently listening to me. I hope none of you sleep. I can see still attentive. Yeah? And I would like to take opportunity, only 1 second. Can you please go to next slide? Just 1 second. I would like to invite. Happen? Just go to the last slide and enlarge it. Last slide. Straight go to the last slide. Okay. Okay, I would like to officially invite all the respected delegates, students and staff here. We are going to conduct a conference in Malaysia, 25th to 27th of September. One of the beautiful hilly station place called Ipoh, IPOH. It's the name of a tree. So with this venue, I would like to invite all of you and please explore on the links. This is our first announcement. Soon we are going to have a second announcement with a list of speakers and details. Thank you.
Thank you, Muhammad Das Kanakal, for this fabulous presentation. It was a really, you have elaborated the challenges, you have elaborated the future avenues for all our future ambassadors of pharmacy. So it's a great opportunity for all of us to interact with you. Even time limitation was there, sorry, but you have done a wonderful talk here. We are really happy about your deliberations and the challenges you have shared. I am really happy because the practical thing you have, innovative and practical thing you have described here in front of all of us. Really, it is a robust thing. I am really happy about your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
So we'll try to, sir, can we give?
Yeah, exactly. Especially the research, most of the time the academic research which will stop at certain some extraction or isolation of some particular compound, and taking it to the market level or making it reach the public for the healthcare, it's very difficult. That is the formulation aspect. So it was a very nice talk. Thank you very much.
Sir, I wanted to add a few more things because for all of you, there are more than about 2,300 herbal formulations are there. But if you go to the concept of Ayurveda, we will not promote the single herb or the extract. Why? Because holistic. Then there are 4 or 5 things are there because many of the formulations you may get some lacunas in the formulations, but please see in the classical books where the collections are very important, because Kanakal said the yield will be based on the time of collection. This is also very important because our classical books say that you have to collect the drug at a particular time, at a particular day and at a particular season. This is very important. If you collect in that season, you will get higher yield. I am really happy because your presentation was very nostalgic, but still there are some concepts are there, because when we talk about from the herbal industry, there are older concepts are there. Those concepts we have to integrate when we do the research. If then we will get more and more worthwhile things for future things, because otherwise we will get many lacunas, many challenges. As you have pointed out clearly that there are legal frameworks are there, there are legal barriers are there. So these legal barriers we are doing after 2014, when Department of Ayush started its own ministry. Now we are coming out with many legal hurdles, and many protocols have been developed for research, and for herbal formulations also now we are coming out with many research protocols. Standardized protocols are there. So thank you, sir. You have given it is an eye-opener for me, because I am also from Department of Ayush. So I am really happy that you have shared some of your inputs and your experiences.
One point I would like to mention: when it comes to the commercialization word, you have to sacrifice your academic outputs. Because if I compare myself with my classmates who started a career in academics, the H index is far away from me. Their citation index is far away from me, but they don't have any commercial product under their belt. So that's the major difference when it comes to commercialization. You have to compromise this, and it will pay you, but other way around. So something goes and something comes in. Thank you.
Okay, please sit down.
Thank you for a very informative talk, sir. It's a pleasure to have Dr. Mahibub Mohammad Sakal sir with us today. I request sir to kindly accept a small token of appreciation, and I request our chairpersons to do the honors. I'd like to extend my gratitude to Dr. Kiran Kumar Hulatti sir and Dr. L.N. Shanoy sir for chairing the session. May I request Shri R. Dinesh sir, Honorary Secretary, SVEI, and Dr. K.S.C. Arul Kumaran sir, Principal, KTN College, to hand over the memento and honor our chairpersons. Thank you, dignitaries. May I request Dr. Mahesh M.K. sir, Professor, Department of Botany, Uraja College, UOM, Mysuru, and Dr. Shachindra L. Nargun sir, Principal, Nargun College of Pharmacy, Bangalore, to chair the session. I now welcome Dr. Harsha V. Hegde sir, Scientist F, ICMR, National Institute of Traditional Medicine, Belgavi, for a talk on Bioprospecting, translating medicinal plants into therapeutic innovations. I request our speaker to kindly occupy the seat on the dais, and I request our chairpersons to introduce our speaker.
Namaste. We have a very eminent speaker, Dr. Harsha V. Hegde. He's a Scientist F, Indian Council of Medical Research, National Institute of Traditional Medicine, Belgavi. His research interests include angiosperm taxonomy, ethnomedicine, and ethnopharmacology. His research experience, to summarize, he was a SRF in regional RMR, the Center ICMR Belgavi, and research fellow Karnataka University of Dharwad. He is a PhD guide in the KLE Academy of Higher Education and Research, Belgavi, Rani Channamma University, Belgavi, and Shivaji University, Kolhapur. He has a research publication spanning around publications in journal 11313, book chapters 19, his H index is 20, and I-10 index is 46. He'll be talking on bioprospecting, translating medicinal plants into therapeutic innovation. This is one of the very important topic for the students, how to search for the API, active pharmaceutical ingredients, in the different species of plants and animals, and transforming into the medicinal drugs. So please, I request all the students to give the rapt attention. Thank you.
I'd like to introduce my chairpersons first. Sir is an Assistant Professor, Department of Food Science and Nutrition, Urajas College, University of Mysuru, Karnataka. Dr. Mahesh sir's research interest includes cell biology, nutritional biochemistry and nutraceuticals, reproductive toxicology, cardiovascular biology and diabetes. Sir is a postdoctoral fellow, Cellular and Molecular Medicine, Cleveland Clinic, Ohio, USA. It's an honor to have you with us today, sir. We welcome you, sir. Dr. Shachindra Lakshmi Venkatesh Nargun, sir. Sir is a principal in Nargun College of Pharmacy, Bangalore, Karnataka. He has majorly contributed in synthesis of heterocyclic compounds for pharmacological screening and in preparation of herbal extracts, encapsulated drug delivery system for breast carcinoma. Sir has published over 18 research papers. It's an honor to have you with us today, sir. We welcome you. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. My other slides. Before we start, I would like to thank the organizers, especially my good friend, the principal of Sarada Vilas College of Pharmacy, Dr. Hanmantachar Joshi sir, for this opportunity. So basically, I am from ICMR, Indian Council of Medical Research, and our institute at Belgaum is working on validation of traditional medicines. Traditional medicines doesn't mean only the codified systems like Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha, homeopathy, but also from the non-codified systems. In the process, when we work on medicinal plants, we want to know their uses, we want to use them for benefit of the humankind. The process itself is bioprospecting. So today I am going to speak on how we are using the plants, how we have to use the plants, starting from their documentation, various process, and then come to the final stage where it can be used for the community at large. So the first question would be, I think it's not working. Next slide, please. I think it's not working. So I'm not going into the detail because many of the learned audience may be aware about this. What exactly is the bioprospecting? It's a terminology itself is coined with two terms together. The first one is bio and prospecting. That means biological prospecting. When we are using the biological resources for the prospects of the human being or the human race, that is bioprospecting. It is involving the process of discovery to the commercialization in the form of a product, or in the other words, it's the scientific research that looks for useful application, process, or the products from the natural biological sources. Next slide, please. So again, the process involves, as I said, starting from documentation by exploration, then comes the process of extraction, taking the bioactives or maybe the known chemical entities into the formula, then screening them for various biological activities where we are looking for their biological phases, like in which condition they are useful, then to the validating those claims or validating those activities again through the pipeline of various screening methods, then value addition, that is the finding out the dosage forms, how it can be taken into in what entities, like as a maybe kind of a drug, or maybe kind of in again drug, which kind of drug it can be, how it can be comply with all those regulatory aspects. Finally, commercialization, where the market is. So this is the process. Whereas the sources are biological diversity, including the animals, plants, microbes, whatever the biological diversity is available. Then the source of knowledge may be individual, indigenous knowledges, just like Ayurveda, Siddha, or maybe the folk practices where people are using it. But it is not thoroughly validated, or the claims are not scientifically based. So those can be our knowledge base for taking them further. Then genetic or biochemical resources, again the genetic sources, for example, in plant breeding or maybe kind of increasing the availability of the natural sources, chemicals, the genetic part of the plant also plays a major role. So those can be taken up and that can be enhanced. I'll coming to that part later. So to start with, what I'll do in my maybe next 20 minutes, I'll go through the different steps involved in the bioprospecting, and in addition to that, I'll just add a slide on each what we are doing and how we are doing. So as I said, the first phase of bioprospecting is exploration. We should know what we are looking for. For example, if we want to know the anti-cancerous entities from the nature, we should randomly, we cannot just pick any plant or a grass saying that I'm going to screen this for anti-cancer activity. There should be some base. The best known base will be utilizing the known practices. It may be a traditional practice, or you can refer to the Ayurvedic text where it is already being used for cancer or maybe cancer-like conditions. Those can be our leads. So by doing that, we can get the cultural insight for what purpose the plant is being already used. Then, if we do that, rather than going for the random search, we have the targeted search. We can collect those plants which have been already in the use. So it reduces the cost, it reduces the time, and also the resources which are required for the screening process. So once we do that, it will help us which are the bioactives or which are the extracts which are active against that particular condition, which lead to novel drug discovery. Once we do the proper documentation scientifically from the traditional practices, that helps us to go for IPR in the name of the knowledge holder as well as to the inventor, so that it prevents the biopiracy. Somebody will come and take those knowledge or take that information about the plant and do something with that without acknowledging the knowledge holder. So that we can prevent by scientific documentation of these traditional practices. Then, as I said, rather than going for random screening and using the plants, if you can go for a targeted screening, it also helps in conservation of biodiversity. So, I'm coming to what we have done in this area. We have documented more than 1,300 ethnomedicinal practices from various parts of the country, especially from southern India, then which involves more than 1,000 medicinal plants, especially in the Western Ghats of India. Then we have developed a database on ethnomedicinal plants. Our director in the keynote address also spoke about this, where we have more than 500 medicinal plants. It is available in our website. This can be a very good starting point for any of the research on medicinal plants, so that it gives some basic claims from the traditional practices. So they have already been used in the traditional practice, in the folklore, in the community. So those can be a starting point for taking them for further scientific validation. So then once we talk about medicinal plants, especially when it comes to the pharmacy aspects, the major question is about the quality of medicinal plants. I'm not going into the detail because it is well versed to the pharmacists across the country and the students. So what they have looking into, it is for ensuring the safety and guarantees efficacy. It reduces variability, because once the chemical composition or maybe the change in the plant itself, automatically it has lot of chain reactions, starting from their efficacy, then safety, then come to the reliability, because ultimately the patient who is taking those medicine will lose the faith in that system of medicine. He says, this drug is not working. Ultimately it is because of the wrong identification of the plant, or maybe the change in the chemical composition. So this quality assessment of medicinal plants is very essential. This is also not for the patient safety, but also meeting the regulatory requirements. Until and unless we have the correct QC certification, the drugs may not have that compliance with the authorities. So again, we are doing pharmacognostic evaluation of including their chemical composition of various plants, like various species of Withania, Sida, Acheranthus, Piper, and anti-cancer drugs such as nothopoditis. And we are also looking into their how the in previous speaker and the panel was suggesting about their variation in the season-wise and maybe the place-wise. That also we are looking. In one of the studies, we found that Gymnema sylvestra, that is Madhunashini, we have collected it throughout the Western Ghats till Himalayas. We found that there is a variation of gymnemogenin and gymnemic acid is about 30 times variation. 30 times, not 30%. So the drug which is collected maybe from some part of the country and collected from Himalayas, being used in different batches of the drug preparation, the whole activity, the array of their biological activity goes on changing. So one should be very careful about this. One more example I would like to quote. Everybody knows Piper nigrum, that is our black pepper. And there is one wild pepper also which grows in the forests of Western Ghats, that is Piper trichostachyon. So it is not what people used to do, they collect it from the wild because it grows very luxuriantly. They mix those seeds or fruits along with Piper nigrum. But we found that there is a huge variation in the content of piperine, which is the active compound, whereas it is in the very high quantity in Piper nigrum and it's in the trace level at the Piper stachyotrichon. So just imagine, in place of Piper nigrum, if somebody using the other drug, wild pepper, for the medication, how it will give the desired effect. So that is one of the major concerns, and that is the reason why in the bioprospecting, when we are taking the plant for any medicinal use, its quality has to be very well assured. Similarly, in the evaluation process, we have taken some of the Ayurvedic preparations. The first part I spoke about the traditional practices. Now it is Ayurvedic preparations. Again, it is more robust than the folk practices because there are written treatises in Ayurveda or Unani or Siddha where it is being used over the generations, maybe hundreds of years. So the claims, whatever they have mentioned, have a very rich legacy of the clinical practice. Clinical data is already available. Only thing is what we need to do is do some scientific evaluation using the modern methodologies. So in the first part, what we did, we took some of the Ayurvedic formulation as Vriksha Ayurveda. That is, as there are medications and formulations in Ayurveda treat the human beings, similarly there are several prescriptions for the health of the plant. We took two of such formulations. One is Panchagavya and another one is Kunapajala. These two are the Ayurvedic prescribed formulation to enhance the growth and the vitality of the plants. So we took an example of Withania somnifera and Andrographis paniculata. These are the two plants are again very well known in industry as well as in Ayurveda as an experimental plants. We treated them with these two when compared to our regular organic and inorganic fertilizers. So we found that this is Kunapajala, this is Panchagavya. In all the three key ingredients in Withania somnifera, that is vithaferin A, withanolide A and withanolide B, are significantly increased. We have took all the other parameters such as plant height, plant growth parameters, their leaf and total weight, dry weight as well as the wet weight. So the productivity in terms of their physical material and also biological content is increased due to use of these Ayurvedic preparations. Similarly, we have evaluated the effect of Shodhana, that is the classical way of purifying the toxic plants. We have evaluated it for Vatsanaba. Currently, we have done that with our other plant, Plumbago xylonica, and I'm not showing the data again. It is proven to be detoxifying those toxic plants using the traditional practices. Similarly, in the ethnomedicinal practices, again, as I said, it helps us to identify the correct plants for our further studies. Once we prove that it is safe and it is efficacious, it will be useful for global health benefits. It will lead us to novel drug development pathways, and that help us to identify which are those economically beneficial practices which can be taken further for validation as well as for drug development. So we have an array of assays where we do first we start with in silico, then come to the in vivo, and then in vitro, and then come to the in vivo studies. This is about in silico evaluation. As our director was saying in the morning, like we have started with herbal informatics, where we are looking into the possible pathways or the mechanism of action of drugs using various models, which is well accepted now. But word of caution here, whatever we do in silico or maybe in the computer modeling, it can give us a kind of predictions, but it should not be taken as the final result, because in the biological system, the way of mechanism or the action of the drugs may vary. In the process, I would just like to share few of our experiences. One of the practices, we took it around 8 years ago from near of Belgaum. One traditional practitioner was using the root of Plumbago zeylanica, that is Chitrak in Ayurveda, as a topical application for, he says, joint pain, knee pain. Then we, along with some of the orthopedicians, visited that practice, and then it was found that he is treating the orthopedic osteoarthritis patients. Then we started our study about that. First we did in vitro studies for using anti and pro-inflammatory cytokines. Then we did the animal studies using the suitable models of inflammatory models. Then we did a kind of open level study in the Ayurvedic setup, just using the same practice of applying that root paste to a patient suffering from osteoarthritis. It was given a wonderful results where the topical applications 2 times a day for 7 days gave a relief to the patient up to 20 days. He need not apply it for next 20 days. It has reduced the inflammation, it has reduced the pain. Also there was drastic reduction in the inflammatory markers. So that was an observation. Based on this, now we have developed the gel from this formulation, and it is in multi-centric clinical trial in various sites across Pune, Mumbai, and in Belgaum. This is one of the examples where we have taken this traditional practice into the clinical trial level. Similarly, there was one more observation during our study where the essential oil from the buds of this Mamia suriga, that is Surangi, is well known in the Western Ghats. It was used by one of the practitioners for treating the difficult to kind of healing wounds, especially in the case of diabetes, diabetic foot ulcers basically. Then as of now, there is no standard treatment for diabetic foot ulcers except the standard dressing. So again, we did all the studies, including the animal model, where the healing time of the in diabetic rats, the healing time of the wound was drastically reduced. So now again, it is being Indian patented, and it is now in the multicentric clinical trial in various hospitals. Here the beauty is in both the trials, the traditional practitioners who gave us the information about this traditional practice are also party to the patent. They are one of the patent applicants. So we are giving the justification, we are justifying the knowledge what they are giving, and we are acknowledging them. If in case later it is marketed or we are getting any financial benefits, then the knowledge holders are also party to it. Then in one way we are using the natural resources, but how about their sustainability? For that, we are also looking into the alternatives in the way of application of biotechnological tools for enhancing their availability or to increase their number of plants or maybe the resources itself. So we have plant tissue culture department in our place. We are working on their 2 aspects. One is to increase the bioactive compounds in the plant itself, or maybe their biotechnological tools like callus, or maybe their hairy root culture or cell suspension culture, to get the bioactive compounds in the lab. The other way around is to increase the seedlings of the plant by using the plant tissue culture. So we are working on this both, especially on camptothecin in Nothopoditis pneumoniana, various compounds, betulinic acid, ursolic acid, dolinoic acid in Acheranthus aspera. Similarly, we have established multiplication protocols for various species. Then once we do that, I am not touching into the 2 major aspects, because already it has been spoken by the previous speaker, value addition and drug development for that, and commercialization. These are the 2 aspects. I am not going into the detail because we don't have much experience in that. Because one thing, 2 of those formulations, now we are in the clinical trial phase. Once it is done with, probably I may be speaking about how it can be taken into drug development mode and maybe kind of commercialization. So once we are talking about bioprospecting, of course, it has a humongous benefit to the humankind. It is beneficial to the both investigator as well to the agency or the institution, because it is giving the IPR or maybe the product or maybe the technology. So there are commercial benefits to the inventor as well as to the institute. Then pharmaceutical firms, once the drug is developed and they are marketing it, they are producing it, automatically they are also getting a lot of benefit out of it because people are using, they are buying it. Then, as I said, owners of resources and knowledge, because if they are giving the information, they should also be benefited. It's an ethical kind of a conduct by a researcher to acknowledge the information or maybe the knowledge which is imparted to him or her by these knowledge holders. So they have to be part of the whole process. Then, as we know, like there were fights for the knowledge and the IPR, especially you may be heard about Haldi. When it was patented in US, there was a huge hue and cry, and ultimately India fought and they could revert back that patent of use of Haldi. Similarly about Basmati, there are Neem, there are several stories about it. So countries also going to be benefited by documenting and evaluating its biological activities. It helps to kind of gain our IPR rights on those plants and their uses. Then I'm not going into the details of new drug discovery because already it was discussed how it will be helpful, the natural resources can help in developing the new drug entities. These are some of the examples which is well known, starting from atropine, codeine, morphine. There are several of the drugs which have been incorporated into the conventional medical system based on this bioprospecting or maybe using the natural resources. Then this ownership of the biological resources as well as to the knowledge, to the country as well as to the people. And as said, more than 200 companies are working on this biological screening. So it's a continuous process in the pharmaceutical industry, especially in the herbal pharmaceutical industry, that every day they are looking into the new molecules or the new therapeutic targets for the known drugs or maybe the naturally available molecules, so that the market can be expanded further. Then when I talk about the limitations, the first thing is there will be always a question about ownership, because it is heard in several parts of the country that somebody comes to the, maybe kind of somebody is giving a good traditional practice or maybe for cancer, and there are several practitioners across the country who are giving the treatment for cancers using some of their local herbs. There were several kind of complaints from those people that somebody comes to us and tells that we are going to document your practice, we are going to develop a drug, we will make you a party. Then they take everything but they never come back. So ownership is the basic question about especially IPR issues. So this is the kind of area to be resolved, how it can be addressed to make this knowledge holders party to it. They have to be consented for documentation. There should be 3 levels of consent process. For documentation, the first level, to taking into the laboratory studies, the second level, and going for the commercialization, being a part of IPR, is the 3rd level of consent from the knowledge holders. There are no such laws or maybe the regulations in our authority to safeguard these IPR issues from the knowledge holders, or maybe kind of there are a lot of loopholes. So that has to be plugged in. As a result, there is a biopiracy. People are taking the rights and kind of information from the knowledge holders and maybe the countries also. But more than that, the question is about depleting the biological resources. It is because of the overexploitation. It is because of the non-comprehensive conservation strategies. Because the government, the pharmaceutical companies, including we, the researchers, we always think about getting the new molecule from a plant or getting a kind of very good activity from a plant. Then once we are successful in that, automatically there will be a lot of stress on the plant in the nature. Never be, for example, if I'm working on some plant, I'll never think of what will happen if it gets a very good biological activity. I'll think about its conservation, I'll think about its multiplication or maybe cultivation at the later stage. But the first thing is I'm interested in its biological activity. That is leading to depletion of the natural resources. Then ultimately, the way forward is we have to a kind of give and take with the nature. Like nature is extending their helping hand to us by giving lot of biologically active molecules or maybe the therapeutics. We have to extend our hand for its conservation. Please to remember, if that hand of nature is vanished, the other hand also will not be there. So, leaving this message with you, I would like to thank the organizers again for giving me this opportunity. Hope I am there in time. Thank you so much. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, sir. It's indeed a great presentation, and special thanks also for meeting the time restriction. In fact, we are shortage of time, but you are well ahead. You finished it within the time. And it was very nice because the way you ended your presentation with the way forward message, where the nature's hands, if it vanishes, we also vanish. So that's a great message to have everything. But one question which when I was just Nargunda sir was mentioning, how AI may disrupt this process of bioprospecting with the AI. Do you think it will disrupt, or do you think it will maybe it will fast forward or accelerate in this bioprospecting process?
That's a very nice question, sir, because in our institute also, I am telling about our experiences, what we are doing. Maybe a couple of years ago, we were not very much well versed with this docking and then maybe simulations and molecular dynamics of using bioinformatics. Now we have mandatorily made that as a first step of any of the screening process. That saves us a lot of time and effort. For example, now we are working on some of the aspects of liver dysfunction, where we are finding a lot of reports. And when we consulted Ayurvedic physician and traditional healers, we listed about 86 plants with about 12,000 compounds when we went for literature search. But obviously, that was not possible for them to screen them all. But then we, using these tools, we have reduced this molecule, the biologically active compounds, and we looked into various combinations making their extracts. We reduced this number into 150. So effectively, we have took those 150 further in the basic screening. Now it is in the third year of the project. Now, fortunately, we are getting wonderful results with liver protecting extracts of some of the plants. Otherwise, it would have been taken multiple years. So this is one example where we are using the kind of AI and maybe the kind of computer technology, whichever is available. But of course, in the industry level or maybe kind of at the advanced level, there may be several other applications which even we are not aware of. But definitely, it is reducing the time, cost, and resources, and it is speeding up the process as a whole.
Any question is there? Because sir has finished within the time, so you have.
Good afternoon, sir. It was a very nice presentation, and I'm very happy to see that our traditional medicine is getting some clinical evidence, which is must and a need of our. So my question is related to, for an example, let me take. So curcumin, I see you have extracted curcumin. Yeah. So we have a product, sir, like we have improved this bioavailability because curcumin is very low soluble. The product is in the market, but the acceptance as an B2C is good. But the acceptance by B2B, I am talking about the doctors. It's not, they're not accepting, they're asking for clinical evidence, so and so forth, because any anti-cancer have a proper channel or mechanism how it inhibits or kills that. So how are you going to tackle this thing, in terms talking with these physicians or experts? Because I know curcumin can inhibit cancer or it can also cure, but how that can be conveyed to this medical
thank you so much. Thank you so much for the wonderful question, which is the kind of a question since long. The question is, we have eminent physicians with us here, like they may be knowing, like until and unless it is proved, maybe through the clinical trials, as you rightly said, it cannot be accepted globally as well as in the kind of conventional medicine. The thing is, we shouldn't speak, the data should speak. Until and unless we generate a kind of evidence base using the proper designed clinical trials, the things may not be accepted. Many times there is a kind of discussion over the table saying that the Ayurvedic medicines or the concepts cannot be put into the modern way of testing double-blind clinical placebo-controlled trials. So that is true, but we have to find out some middle way where we can just put into a kind of a grind where they can generate the kind of convincing evidences. Because ultimately what happens, even the curcumin case we take, we know that its bioavailability is very less. So in what level it is going and where the effective dose is, that is the question, like the same, but everybody knows, like, because there are a lot of evidences, maybe clinical evidences in the Ayurvedic counterpart. They may be using it for several diseases, starting from regular fever to the cancers. It is known. But until and unless we create a kind of data which is in the modern parameters, so it becomes very difficult to convince. But when we look into the other part, the patient satisfaction and maybe the kind of use by the maybe patients themselves, there is a huge demand. For example, whenever there is a kind of dengue or any other things, automatically there is already drugs are available with papaya juice. But it is not prescribed in allopathic drug, but still people are using it rampant. Every now and then, whenever there is a dengue and chikungunya, especially dengue platelet count goes down, these papaya leaves are taken in a raw, or also there are a lot of drugs available in the market also. So these are the, but the level of evidences which they have to be a kind of international level, or maybe kind of beyond that doubt level. So that is the need of the hour. That's why the first level in the our Plumbago Zailanica study, what we did was, in 120 patients, we just tried the same thing in an Ayurvedic setup. We have generated the evidence, but we thought that it may not be sufficient to make it across the table to the kind of conventional healthcare setup. So now we are taking that into a randomized controlled trial as a multi-centric study, not only in one place, in the modern hospitals. So that gives the confidence to the physicians, saying that, okay, because they are conducting the study, they are part of it. If they feel that it is working, they give the report saying that it is working, automatically its acceptance goes to the next level. So that is what our think process is.
Thank you very much, sir. Just to add regarding the curcumin, Dr. Shanna is the right person, because when we used to discuss the post-COVID, we used to tell that golden latte, what we call it as turmeric milk, that is not the actual way to drink. I mean, Shanna ji can add into that. It has to be boiled so many times, then only that actual active principle can be extracted out.
Many of the formulation cannot be validated as per the modern protocol.
Exactly.
As a Government Ayurvedic Research Center, we are validating in this way. Suppose we get clinical data from a physician, we will not say this is a scientific validation. What we will do, we will document first. First we will ask, because we are doing it for this, we used to call in Mragashira Nakshatra, we used to give banana. So every Mragashira Nakshatra, every year we are giving more than about 12 lakhs bananas on that day. But there is no literary evidence, there is no clinical evidence, nothing is there. Still, what you have said, papaya, same thing happened. What we did is that we first documented it, only documentation. I have not given the drug. Documentation first level. After documentation, we are going for validation. I am not giving the drug, but documentation along with validation, that will be your basic data for future researches. After that, we are coming, now we are doing at the third level, where we are talking about the pilot study. This is the thing, we are not directly giving, because I am having a documentation, I am having validation, I am having acceptability trial. This is also very, very important. Acceptability trial. After that, I will go for a pilot study. After pilot study, we will do the clinical trial in the fourth level for 30 patients, that's all, because 30 patients, then all other clinical trials will happen. It will take 10 years. Not 1, 2, 3 years.
Sir, add to that, nowadays there is a growing demand. There is a growing demand about the data that is called real world hospital data. That actually many of the Ayurvedic hospitals, now they are coming together to dig out the old data, whatever was the disease condition and what was the treatment modalities. So what is given and what is the kind of level of improvement, that also serves as one of the level of evidence, sir. That is the first and second level of evidence from the real world data. That also is very immense value nowadays, but unfortunately, Many of our own hospitals, we do not have proper documentation of the level of improvement after the first level of visit, their diagnosis as per the Ayurvedic practice, and maybe the treatment given is there. Because we have also tried in many of the hospitals, but going to the what happened after 15 days, their next visit, and what was the changes, that is not well documented. So wherever we have there, but there is a lot of demand, and clinical data which is already there, it has also a lot of demand, and it is a kind of accepted evidence, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Harsha ji.
Good afternoon, myself Dr. Gyan Chandran. I am associated about curcumin since about 10 years. I am working at the Bangalore Allergy Center as a medicine consultant. As our Sanai sir told, this curcumin is basically not good absorbed, not well absorbed from the intestine. It is not soluble in the GI tract. As our Sanai sir said, you can boil it with milk. Boil milk so that it enhances the absorption of curcumin, one thing. In our center, in Bangalore Allergy Center, we have a famous scientist by name Paranjodi, who is a very renowned scientist. We are giving curcumin, pure curcumin. We extract the pure curcumin in 95% pure curcumin, and we give it in a chocolate form. Curcumin compound, white compound. We are asking them not to swallow it. We are asking them to just keep it in the mandibles. When you keep it in the mandibles, the lipid in the chocolate enhances the absorption of curcumin, and it is easily absorbed from the buccal mucous membrane. And we add this piperine, which enhances. These are the ways to enhance this thing. Our friend is asking about the clinical evidence and all. Of course, there are a lot of documents, lot of cited, lot of publications about this. Curcumin has many activities as anti-cancer, anti-inflammatory, and enhances the immunity. We are doing it. There is a lot of benefits clinically accepted. Of course, it has to be documented in clinical evidence. We have done it. So this is for the best message for the audience, information. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
To add to the discussion further, our lab is right now doing nanoparticles of termiron and doing preclinical animal testing. To add to it,
I think that will enhance the kind of permeation and maybe kind of availability.
Excuse me. I have worked on this curcumin in nanotechnology area. I was worked for about 8 years on this line. Curcumin is, you know, that it is a polyphenolic compound. Right. It's not going to be solubilized in water, and it's going to be lipid solubilized. We have prepared solid lipid nanoparticles. Dimension between 10 nanometer to 100 nanometer, less than that would be sufficiently can. As he mentioned, and it cannot be, sir mentioned that it can be absorbed by the buccal cavity. It's not at all possible. So that, you know, I would like to encourage this nano dimension level. We are at it, and I have published a lot of research papers in it. And you could contact me. My name is Dr. Basavaraj Madhusudan. You can look into the Google search. I have published a lot of papers in it. You know, I am from CFTRI, I worked in it, and also in England and America, I have worked in, published several papers on it.
Okay. Thank you for
Thank you. You can consult me in case if you want.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Curcumin is such a wonderful drug. I think we'll have so many people are interested. I can continue our discussion after the tea, during the tea break. Now I think we'll move on to the next session.
Thank you for a great talk, sir. And I thank all the dignitaries who asked the question. Thank you, sir. Thank you, dignitaries. Refreshments has been arranged outside. I request the gathering.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Welcome back, everyone. May I now welcome Professor Dr. A.K. Gnanachandran, Sir, Professor and Principal, Pranav Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences and Research, Gwalior, Madhya Pradesh, for a talk on understanding allergies, causes, symptoms, types, and treatment. I request our speaker to kindly occupy the seat on the dais, and I request our chairpersons to introduce our speaker to the gathering.
Good evening to all the students and guests. Professor Dr. A.K. Gnanachandran, Professor and Principal, Pranav Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences and Research, Gwalior, Madhya Pradesh, India. He is having a vast experience of 41 years in academia, and he is a recipient of several awards and achievements. Few of them are as follows. IPGA Fellowship Award from Amrita Institute of Medical Sciences and Research Center, Kochi. Best Pharmacist Award from Ministry of Health, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Lifetime Achievement Award from Madurai Medical College Alumni Association. We welcome you, sir.
Over to you, sir.